Hey everyone, this is Mia Horror Stories, and the title of today's horror story is I Work at a 24-Hour Diner, and rule number 4 keeps me alive. For your comfort, the screen will stay black throughout the video, so you can relax without strain and just focus on the story. Make sure you stick around until the end. Sometimes the last few moments are the ones that stay with you the longest. The first sign something was wrong was the sugar dispenser. It rattled across table 12 all by itself, just a quick dry scrape over laminate, and tipped onto its side hard enough to spit white crystals into the half-finished ring of coffee beneath it. I looked up from the register. Nobody was near it. The man in booth 9 was asleep with his forehead against the window. The trucker at the counter was working through a plate of eggs with the slow concentration of somebody driving on fumes. The jukebox in the corner was lit, but dead, stuck on the same red glow it had worn since March. The old refrigerator behind the pie case kicked on with a tired metallic groan, and for 1 second I told myself that was all it was. Vibration, cheap furniture, a top-heavy dispenser, perfectly normal. Then I noticed the napkin holder beside it had shifted too, just an inch maybe, enough to sit crooked against the ketchup bottle. I stayed where I was, one hand still on the open drawer, staring at table 12 like it might explain itself. Earthquake, Hector asked. He didn't look up from the flat top when he said it. He was pressing a burger with his spatula, steam lifting into his face, apron dark with old grease and dishwater. There was always some joke ready in him, even at 3 in the morning. I didn't feel anything. Then haunted sugar. Very funny. It is, actually. I shut the drawer with my hip and walked around the counter. My shoes stuck for half a second on the strip of soda that never really came clean no matter how much bleach we used. The diner smelled like burned coffee, fryer oil, lemon disinfectant, and rain tracked in from the highway. Under all of it was the old smell of the place itself, damp wood and hot wiring, and something sweet from the pie fridge, like fruit going tired. I picked up the sugar dispenser. The glass was warm from the room, not from anybody's hand. The napkin holder had left a faint drag mark in the condensation ring on the table. See, I said. Hector glanced over now, one eyebrow up. Maybe your ghost wanted decaf. I rolled my eyes, but I was still looking at the table. Outside, a semi passed on Route 30, its engine deep and steady through the wet dark. Headlights smeared across the diner windows and were gone. We sat just off the highway in western Pennsylvania, near enough to Breezewood that we got a mix of truckers, college kids cutting through too late, and locals who couldn't sleep without coffee and fluorescent light. The sign out front said MARAS 24-Hour Diner, though Mara had been dead 8 years and her son lived in Florida and only came north when the fryer hood needed replacing or the county threatened him with fines. At night, the place felt less like a business and more like a shelter people found by accident. My name is Lena Markham. I was 26 that fall, and night shift at Mara's was not supposed to be permanent. Nothing about my life in Bedford County was supposed to be permanent. I had told myself that when I moved back from Pittsburgh after my mother's second surgery. I told myself that when I started taking over more of her bills. I told myself that every Friday morning when I counted my tips in the car and promised I was still leaving, just not this month. I was good at staying longer than I meant to. That was probably my worst habit. Not laziness, not fear exactly. Endurance. I could stay in almost anything once I got used to its shape. Hector Ruiz, 48, was the cook on nights, broad-shouldered and permanently tired-looking, with a mustache that made every joke sound drier than it was. He'd grown up in Ohio, done 20 years in kitchens all over Pennsylvania and West Virginia, and landed at Mara's after a back injury made the bigger restaurant jobs impossible. He moved like a man saving his good motions for when he really needed them. Hector talked a lot, but only about half of it was true, and he had the useful quality of not panicking first. At the counter, Roy Baines, 59, male, a long-haul trucker from Ohio who stopped in twice a month and tipped like he felt guilty about something, lifted his coffee mug and said, "If the building starts floating, I'm not paying." "You never pay enough to cover floating," Hector called back. Roy smiled without showing teeth. Near the window, asleep in booth 9, was Evan Pike, 33, male local, who came in 3 nights a week after whatever construction or roofing job he could get and drank coffee until his hands stopped shaking. He wasn't dangerous, just worn out. His hood was up, his mouth slightly open, one big hand curled around an empty mug like he'd fallen asleep mid-thought. I reset the sugar, straightened the napkin holder, and told myself to move on. That's how night shift worked. Things got weird because you were tired, and because the world from midnight to dawn had too much empty space in it. Ice machine clunks sounded like footsteps. Wind worried the dumpster lid until it sounded like knocking. A customer stared too long, and suddenly he was the sort of man they'd make a podcast about. Then the sun came up, and everything flattened out again. Stainless steel, receipts, syrup stuck to your wrist. You learned what to ignore. I topped off Roy's coffee and wiped the counter. My reflection ghosted in the pie case glass, dark ponytail coming loose, eyeliner mostly surrendered, name tag hanging crooked. Lena. I'd stopped wearing makeup carefully on nights, but habit still made me check whether I looked too exhausted to be kind. "Your mom doing okay?" Roy asked. "About the same. That can mean anything." "It does." He nodded like that was fair. Roy never pushed past the first answer. That was one of the reasons I liked him. The bell over the door gave a limp little jingle as a gust of wet air hit it. I turned automatically, already reaching for menus, but it was only the wind pulling at the bad seal. Beyond the glass, the parking lot shone black under the lamps. Rain ticked through the puddles. The 2 gas pumps next door at the closed station reflected white and green in the dark, like they were underwater. Calm again. I took the stack of clean mugs from the dishwasher rack and started loading them under the counter. Hector hummed under his breath to an old ranchera song leaking tinny from his phone speaker near the grill. The hood vents roared. Somewhere in the back, the ice maker cracked and dropped a fresh load. Then the pay phone rang. Every muscle in my shoulders locked at once. It sat in the narrow hall beside the restrooms, mounted under a faded flyer for a missing tabby cat that had definitely died years ago. The thing barely worked. Half the time, there was no dial tone. Nobody used it except drunk teenagers, and once, last winter, a woman whose car had gone off the road and who cried so quietly while waiting for the tow that I pretended not to hear her. It rang again, loud, sharp, wrong enough to cut through the kitchen noise. Roy looked over his shoulder. Jesus, that's still connected to anything, I guess. You gonna get that? Hector asked. I work here, don't I? You say that like a tragedy. I headed toward the hall, drying my palm on my apron. Fluorescent light back there flickered half a beat slower than the front ones, giving the walls a stale, underwater look. The pay phone kept ringing. Not constant, deliberate. Enough time between bursts to make waiting through them feel like a decision. I picked up the receiver. Static breathed in my ear. Hello, Mara's Diner. Nothing. I could hear the line was live. Not dead, not disconnected. Just that rushing empty noise, with a faint clicking under it, like somebody tapping a nail against metal far away. Hello, still nothing. Then a man's voice, low and roughened by distance, said, Who's on tonight? I frowned. This is Lena, who's calling, the line hissed. I thought he might have hung up, but then he said, Lena and Hector. Every hair on my arms lifted. There was no reason that alone should have mattered. Plenty of locals knew our names. Regulars saw the schedule on the whiteboard near the pie case. People talked. The diner was small town enough that nothing stayed private long. But something in the way he said it, checking, not asking, made my grip tighten on the receiver. Who is this? I said again. You alone out front? I didn't answer that. Behind me, the kitchen vents hummed and clattered. Someone laughed Hector, probably at something Roy said. It sounded very far away. Sir, if you need to place an order, listen carefully. His voice changed, not louder, flatter. And I felt stupid at once for being unsettled, because this was obviously some local guy screwing around, or maybe somebody drunk, somebody bored, somebody who liked the idea of a woman stuck working nights with nowhere to go. That happened. Not often, but enough that every waitress I knew had stories. Men who mistook late hours for permission. Still, I said, I'm hanging up. Check the parking lot first. I did hang up. Hard. The clack of the receiver against the cradle felt too small for the amount of adrenaline suddenly in me. I stood there a second, staring at the phone, listening to my own breathing. Then I laughed once under my breath, not because anything was funny, but because embarrassment rushed in fast behind fear. Great, a creep with a phone, welcome to Earth. When I came back out front, Hector took one look at my face and said, What? Probably a prank. Probably isn't a story. Guy asked who was on shift. Asked if I was alone out front. Roy swiveled a little on his stool, recognized the voice. No, want me to take a look outside? Hector asked. I hated that he offered, because it made me want it. I'm sure it's nothing. That wasn't the question. For a second, I considered lying. Saying no, no big deal, all good. That was another bad habit of mine, minimizing anything until it became inconvenient for everyone involved. My private fear, if I was honest, wasn't that something terrible would happen. It was that I would overreact first, that I'd make myself ridiculous, that I'd become one of those women people described with a little smile and the word dramatic. So I said, maybe just check if there's someone messing around. Roy slid off his stool before Hector could answer. I'll go. You're eating, Hector said. I have legs. You also have blood pressure medication. And you have a spatula. We all carry our crosses. Before either of us could stop him, Roy was moving toward the door, tugging on his rain cap. I followed fast enough to catch the handle before he stepped out. Don't go wandering around the building, I said. He gave me a look. Honey, I raised 2 daughters. I know what a creep sounds like. The door opened with a wet suck of cold air. Outside, the parking lot lamps buzzed. Rain came down finer now, more mist than drops, silvering the edges of Roy's jacket as he crossed toward the pumps. His boots splashed through shallow water. From inside, with the glass between us, everything looked flattened and slightly unreal, like security footage. Hector came up beside me, spatula still in hand. "You call the cops?" he asked. "For a phone call, for a threat." "He didn't threaten me. He told you to check the parking lot," which could still just mean he's an idiot. Hector leaned one forearm against the window frame, watching Roy circle the far end of the lot. "Lena, you know the rules." Of course I knew the rules. They were taped inside the cabinet, under the register in Mara's old handwriting, and copied again in cleaner print after the original got stained with coffee. Mostly common sense night shift stuff. Keep the back door deadbolted. Don't take trash out alone after midnight. Count the till with the blinds half closed. If someone makes you uneasy, trust that before you trust politeness. Rule 4 was the one everybody repeated like a joke until they needed it. If a customer or caller makes you check outside, do not go outside to check. Instead, lock the front door, wake the cook, and call state police if the person remains on the property more than 2 minutes. Mara had written it after some incident years before I got there. Different versions floated around. A jealous husband, a robbery setup, a girl from the old waitstaff followed into the alley. Nobody told it the same way, and I'd never asked for the real one because I preferred it as diner folklore, something practical wrapped in a story. Now, with Roy in the rain and a stranger's voice still hanging in my ear, Rule 4 didn't feel folkloric at all. "You think we should lock up?" I asked. "For one call, no." Hector nodded toward the lot. "But if Roy sees somebody, yes." Roy reached the edge of the property and stopped. Even through the wet glass, I could see his posture change. Not dramatic, just a slight pause. Then he turned his head toward the side of the building, the narrow strip of darkness between the diner wall and the dumpster enclosure. "What is it?" I said, too quiet for him to hear. Roy took 2 steps that way. Hector straightened. "Nope." He shoved the spatula into my hand and went for the door, but before he got there, the bell above it jingled. Roy was already backing up, not running. Backing up fast, one hand raised toward us through the glass, not waving exactly warning. And from the side of the building, just at the edge of the light, a figure moved. Only a shoulder at first, dark jacket, hood up, then stillness again, as if the person had stepped back the moment they realized they'd been seen. Hector locked the door before Roy even reached it. The click sounded tiny. Important, but tiny. Roy hit the glass with the flat of his hand once, breathing hard, and I lunged forward to let him in, but Hector caught my wrist. "No," he said. He was looking past me, not at me, into the rain-dark edge of the lot. Rule 4. And that was where the choice finally settled in front of us, plain and ugly. Open the door for Roy now and risk whoever was outside being faster than fear, or keep it locked for a few more seconds while a man we knew stood in the rain on the wrong side of the glass. Roy's breath fogged the glass. That's the first thing I noticed after Hector grabbed my wrist. The fog from his mouth smeared across the door window in uneven bursts as he tried to speak through it. His palms stayed flat against the glass, fingers splayed, rain sliding off the back of his knuckles. He looked smaller out there, not physically. Roy was a thick-built man who'd hauled freight for 30 years. But the moment the door locked between us, the space outside turned him into something vulnerable in a way the inside never allowed. "Let him in," I said. "Wait," Hector replied. "He's right there. 2 seconds." Roy turned his head again toward the side of the building. His shoulders tensed the way people tense when they're trying not to look like they're scared. Then he shook his head at us through the glass. Not violently, just once. No, my stomach twisted. "What does that mean?" I whispered. Hector leaned closer to the door window, squinting through the rain-dark edge of the lot. The parking lights hummed overhead, their orange glow leaving a wedge of shadow where the diner wall met the dumpster enclosure. That shadow wasn't empty anymore. A person stood in it, not fully visible, just a silhouette where the hood caught a strip of light, motionless, watching the diner. Roy backed up another step. "Okay," Hector muttered. "That's not good." "Open the door," I said again. "Not yet." "Hector, if he rushes the door when we open it, he's inside before we can react." "Roy's 70 feet away." 50. "That's not the point." Roy banged on the glass once, louder this time. The sound cracked through the diner like a dropped plate. Evan stirred in his booth but didn't wake. The figure in the shadows shifted slightly, just enough to prove it wasn't a trick of light. A real person, hooded, hands in pockets, waiting. "Do you see a weapon?" Hector asked. "No." "That doesn't mean he doesn't have one." Roy knocked again. "Please open the damn door," I said. Hector hesitated another second, then reached for the deadbolt. "Fine, fast. The second he's inside, we lock again." The lock snapped open. I pulled the door wide. Cold rain air rushed in with Roy as he slipped through, shoulders hunched, breath coming quick and wet. Hector slammed the door shut behind him and locked it again. Roy bent over with his hands on his knees, breathing hard. "There's a guy back there," he said. "We noticed," Hector replied. Roy wiped rain off his forehead with the sleeve of his jacket. He didn't move until I got close, just stood there. Then he stepped deeper into the shadow. "Did he say anything?" I asked. "No. Did you see his face?" Roy shook his head. "Hood up, maybe 20s. Maybe older, hard to tell." "Did he come toward you?" "No, just watched." I glanced through the window again. The figure was still there. Same spot. Same stillness. "You think he's drunk?" Roy asked. "Maybe," Hector said. "Or high. Or casing the place," I said quietly. Roy looked at me. "You get that call again?" "No, he asked about the parking lot," Hector said. Roy rubbed the back of his neck slowly. "Well, that's comforting." We stood there watching the shadow. Nothing happened. The rain softened to a fine mist tapping against the windows. A semi roared past on the highway, somewhere beyond the trees. The jukebox hummed quietly in its corner like a dying insect. 5 seconds. 10. Gear shifted again. 1 step, not toward the diner, sideways, closer to the dumpster. "Okay," Hector said. "That's weird." Roy straightened. "Maybe he's waiting for someone. At 3 in the morning, it's a highway diner. That's still weird." I felt the uneasy tug of my own flaw again, the urge to smooth things out, to downplay the problem until it behaved. Maybe he was waiting for someone. Maybe this was nothing. But the voice on the phone sat in my memory like a weight. "Check the parking lot first." "How long has he been there?" I asked Roy. "Hard to say. I only noticed him when I got near the pumps." "Did he hide?" "No, just stood there." "That's creepier," Roy nodded. From the kitchen, the timer on the fryer beeped sharply. Hector sighed. "Burgers." "You're cooking right now," I said. "People still need to eat." He walked back to the grill, though he kept glancing toward the windows. Roy slid onto the stool again, dripping rainwater onto the floor. "You should probably call the police," he said. I hesitated. "Do we have a reason?" You have a man lurking behind your building after a threatening phone call. That's suspicious, not illegal. Suspicious is enough for cops at 3 in the morning. Maybe he was right, but another thought crept in. If I called the police over nothing, the story would spread through Bedford County by noon. Lena at Mara's panicked over a guy standing in the rain. I hated that I cared about that. Still, Rule 4 existed for a reason. I stepped behind the counter and grabbed the diner phone. The line hummed in my ear. While it rang, I watched the figure outside. Still there, still waiting. Then the lights went out. Not flickering, not dimming, everything gone. The diner dropped instantly into a thick, breath-holding dark, broken only by the pale orange glow of the parking lamps outside. Hector swore loudly from the kitchen. What the hell? The fryer died with a long, fading whine. The refrigerator compressor clicked off. The vents fell silent. Even the jukebox light went dark. The phone line in my hand went dead. Roy looked toward the windows. Did the whole block lose power? I moved toward the door. Outside, the parking lamps were still on. The gas station across the road was still glowing faintly. Only the diner had gone dark. Hector came around the counter holding his phone flashlight. Breaker, he said. Maybe. Where is it? Back hallway. He pointed the light toward the windows again. The figure outside had moved. Closer now. Halfway across the parking lot. Walking slowly toward the diner. Roy stood up. Okay, that's not good timing. The man didn't hurry, just kept walking. Hands still in pockets, head slightly lowered. Rain slicked across the hood of his jacket as he approached the building. Hector grabbed the heavy flashlight from under the counter. Lena, stay back. The man reached the edge of the parking lot light. For the first time, we could see his face. Young, mid-20s maybe, pale. Wet hair stuck to his forehead. He stopped 3 feet from the glass door. Then he knocked, 3 calm taps. I felt every nerve in my shoulders tighten. Open up, he said. His voice carried through the glass easily. Please, Roy muttered. Do we know him? No, I said. Hector didn't move. The man tried the handle. It didn't budge. Look, he said through the glass. My car broke down up the road. My phone's dead. I just need to use yours. Roy leaned slightly toward me. That's reasonable. Except he was hiding behind the building, Hector said. And the power died when he walked up, I added. The man knocked again. Hello. His tone changed slightly, more urgent. Please open the door. It's freezing out here. Hector raised the flashlight, shining it directly at the man's face. The man squinted but didn't step back. Where's your car? Hector asked through the glass. Down the road. How far? 1/4 mile. Why were you behind the building? The man blinked. What? You were standing by the dumpster. I was. Roy looked at me. He was. The man shook his head. I just walked up. Hector didn't unlock the door. Rain ran down the glass between us. The man's expression hardened slightly. Look, he said. I don't know what you think you saw, but I just need a phone. Behind me, a low thud sounded from the back hallway. All 3 of us turned. Another thud. Metal. Like a door hitting something. Hector's flashlight beam drifted toward the hallway entrance. That's the back door, he said slowly. My stomach dropped. The back door was supposed to be deadbolted. Roy whispered, Did someone come in earlier? No, another bang. Harder this time, something rattling the handle. From the glass door, the young man spoke again. Quiet, almost conversational. You might want to open up. Hector didn't look at him. Why? He said. The man nodded toward the hallway. Because if I were you, he said, I'd be more worried about whoever's trying to get in the back. The handle on the back door slammed again. hard enough that the metal echoed through the dark diner. And suddenly, we had a much worse problem than the man standing outside. The back door slammed again, metal on metal, hard enough that the vibration ran through the tile floor under my shoes. Everyone in the diner froze. The hallway to the back ran straight from the counter past the restrooms, about 20 feet of narrow space ending in the heavy steel service door. I knew every inch of it: scuffed baseboards, the old soda syrup boxes stacked against the wall, the breaker panel mounted halfway down. In the dark, it looked longer than usual. "Someone's definitely there," Roy said quietly. The young man outside the front door stayed where he was, rain dripping from his hood. He wasn't banging anymore, just watching us through the glass. The situation suddenly felt like a chess problem where every move lost something. Hector lowered the flashlight slightly, but kept it aimed toward the door. "If you're really stranded," he said to the man outside, "go wait under the gas station awning across the road." The man shook his head. "They're closed. You can still stand there. I need a phone." Another crash from the back door, louder. The handle rattled violently. Roy flinched. "Okay," he said. "That guy back there isn't just knocking." Hector looked at me. "Breaker box is in the hallway." "I know. If the power's just tripped, we need it back. And if the guy back there is trying to break in, we'll find out quick." My throat felt dry. "I'll go," I said. "No," Hector replied instantly. "I go. I know where everything is." "So do I." Another slam hit the back door. This one carried a metallic scrape like something heavy hitting it. Roy muttered, "That door's not flimsy, right?" "Steel," Hector said. "Good." "Mounted in wood frame from 1989. Roy sighed. "Less good." The man outside leaned closer to the glass. "You really should open up," he said again. Nobody answered. Hector handed Roy the flashlight. "Cover the door," Roy blinked. "With what?" "With light." Then Hector grabbed the thick wooden mop handle from beside the counter and started toward the hallway. I followed before he could stop me. "Lena, you need someone who knows where the breaker is." He hesitated. The back door slammed again. "Fine," he said, "but stay behind me." We moved down the hallway. The air back there felt colder without the kitchen heat. Rain tapped faintly on the roof above the storage room. The emergency exit sign above the back door glowed a dim red, the only steady light in the hall. Halfway down, Hector stopped. The breaker panel hung open. Not blown, not tripped. Open. My stomach tightened. "You left it like that?" Hector asked. "No." He stepped closer, shining the phone light over the switches. None of them had flipped. "Then the power didn't trip," he said. Another bang hit the door 3 feet away. The entire frame shuddered. "Hey," Hector shouted. "Police are on the way," silence answered. Then a voice from outside the door, muffled through metal. "Let me in." My pulse spiked. That voice was different from the man outside. Older, rougher. Hector leaned close to the door. "Who is that? Let me in." "What do you want?" "Open the door." The handle rattled again. Harder, I backed up a step. "2 of them," I whispered. "Looks like." The door vibrated under another blow. Then suddenly, a crash from the dining room. Glass shattering. Hector spun. "What the hell?" We ran back toward the front. Roy stood near the door holding the flashlight. The young man outside was gone, but the front window beside booth 9 had exploded inward. Rain blew through the jagged hole. Evan Pike had woken up and was halfway out of his booth, staring at the broken glass like he'd surfaced from underwater. "What happened?" he slurred. Roy looked shaken. "He threw something." "What?" Roy pointed. "A chunk of asphalt sat on the diner floor, surrounded by shattered glass. I rushed toward the window. Outside, the parking lot looked empty. No sign of the hooded man. "He ran," I said, "after he broke the window, yeah." "Why? Maybe to scare us. Or to get us away from the door," Hector said. Roy turned toward the hallway, right as another crash hit the back door. "Louder now." "Okay," Roy said. "Now I'm convinced." Evan staggered upright. "What's going on?" I grabbed his shoulder. "Stay low. Someone's trying to get in." That sobered him immediately. Through the window, back door. He looked at the shattered glass. "Why break that then?" "Distraction," Hector said. Roy suddenly snapped the flashlight beam toward the broken window. "Hold up." "What?" "Look." In the parking lot, headlights appeared, 2 of them. A dark sedan rolling slowly into the diner lot with its lights off until the last second. The beams flicked on, sweeping across the windows. The car stopped near the pumps. My stomach dropped. "Do you see the driver?" I asked. "No." The engine stayed running. Another bang from the back door. The situation felt like it was folding in on itself from 2 directions. "Okay," Hector said, voice tight now. "Attempt number 1, we leave through the front and get to Roy's truck." Roy shook his head instantly. "That guy out there might still be around. And now there's a car." "Exactly." Hector rubbed his forehead. "Fine. Attempt 1, abandoned." The back door rattled again. Wood splintered slightly around the frame. Roy whispered, "That door's going to fail eventually." "We need the power," I said. "Why?" Hector asked. "Lights, phone line, cameras," Roy blinked. "You have cameras, too." "Where?" "1 over the register. 1 facing the parking lot." "Are they recording?" "They were, exactly." Hector looked down the hallway again. "Attempt 2, he said. "We secure the back door from inside." "How?" Roy asked. "Kitchen fridge." The walk-in refrigerator sat directly beside the hallway entrance in the kitchen. A heavy metal unit on wheels. "Too big," I said. "Not if we angle it." Roy nodded slowly. "That might work." We moved fast. Adrenaline replaced hesitation. Hector and Roy shoved the refrigerator while I cleared boxes out of the hallway. The metal unit groaned across the tile. Halfway down the hall, another slam hit the door. The frame cracked audibly. "Push," Hector yelled. We rammed the refrigerator sideways against the door. It wedged hard against the frame. Everyone stepped back, breathing heavily. For a moment, silence. Then the person outside shoved again. The door barely moved. Roy exhaled. "That'll hold." For a few seconds it did. Then, from the dining room, the sedan's headlights switched off. Total darkness filled the parking lot again, and footsteps approached the broken window. Someone outside. "Slow. Careful," Hector whispered. "They're coordinating." The footsteps stopped near the shattered glass. Then a hand appeared through the broken frame, reaching in, feeling for the lock. Roy grabbed a metal coffee pot. Back, the hand withdrew instantly. Footsteps ran back toward the car, but the engine stayed running. My nerves felt like they were stretched thin enough to snap. "We're trapped," Evan muttered. Nobody argued. The back door slammed again. The refrigerator shuddered, not broken, but not invincible either. Roy suddenly looked at Hector. "What if they cut the power?" Hector frowned. "What do you mean?" The breaker wasn't tripped. It was open. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. Someone had opened it, from inside the diner, or right outside that hallway, which meant whoever was at the back door might have already been inside once. The realization hung in the air. Then the pay phone in the hallway rang. Loud, shrill, impossible. Every head turned. The power was still out, but the phone kept ringing. Once, twice, 3 times. I slowly stepped toward the hallway. Hector grabbed my arm. No, but if it's the police, they wouldn't call that phone. The ringing stopped. Silence filled the diner again. And then from the hallway, a soft scraping sound behind the refrigerator, like someone dragging metal along the outside wall. Roy whispered, "There's more than one." The refrigerator suddenly lurched, not forward, sideways, just a few inches. Someone outside was prying the door frame apart. Hector stared at the shifting metal. "They're getting in." The door bent inward slightly. Wood splintered. Another shove. The refrigerator moved again. And that was the moment we all understood the same thing at once. We could not hold the building. The trap had already closed. The refrigerator moved again. Only an inch, maybe less, but enough for the metal corner to scrape over tile with a sound that made my teeth ache. Hector backed up first, not out of cowardice, out of calculation. Looked once at the bent back door, once at the broken front window, and then at the line of us, standing useless in the middle of the diner, me in my apron, Roy with a coffee pot in his hand, Evan barefoot on one side because he'd lost a shoe climbing out of the booth. "We split wrong, we die stupid," he said. His voice was low and flat. No joke in it now. Another shove hit the back door. The wood around the lock gave with a splintering crack. Roy tightened his grip on the coffee pot. "That's encouraging." "Listen," Hector said, already moving toward the kitchen pass-through. "Lena, under the register." I knew what he meant before I got there. The rule sheet was taped inside the cabinet. I dropped to my knees, banged my shoulder against the drawer, yanked the door open. The paper hung there under the tilt tray, corners curled, Mara's old block letters ghosting through from the original copy beneath the newer typed one. "Keep the back door deadbolted. Do not take trash out alone after midnight. If a customer or caller makes you check outside, do not go outside to check." And under that, the part I hadn't needed until now. Instead, lock the front door, wake the cook, and call state police if the person remains on the property more than 2 minutes. If power or phone fails, use panic switch beneath counter. Alarm sounds at station and gas property next door. For half a second, I just stared at it. Then I swore. "What?" Hector snapped. "There's a panic switch." "Where?" "Under the counter." "You're telling me this now?" "I forgot." That came out louder than I meant it to, sharp with shame, which was the truth. I had worked there 2 years and never needed it. It was a piece of diner folklore filed in the same mental drawer as old coffee promotions and how to reset the jukebox. I forgot because forgetting was what I did with inconvenient danger. I let practical things turn into stories until they stopped feeling real. The back door slammed again. "Find it," Hector barked. I shoved my arm up under the counter, feeling dust, gum stuck hard as stone, a loose cable, the underside of wood worn greasy by decades of hands. Nothing. I moved farther left, fingertips dragging over screws and old tape. Then I felt a small rubber-covered toggle screwed into the frame. I flipped it. Nothing happened. My heart punched once hard against my ribs. "Did it work?" Roy asked. "I don't know." The diner stayed dark. No siren. No lights. No magical proof that help was on the way. Just the rain outside and the violent shaking of the back door. "It could be silent," Hector said, but he didn't sound convinced. A hand came through the crack at the back door. Not all the way. Just fingers first, pale in the red wash of the exit sign, feeling blindly past splintered wood toward the refrigerator edge. Evan made a strangled sound in his throat. That snapped us out of staring. Hector, I said, I see it. He grabbed the mop handle and brought it down on the reaching hand as hard as he could. The man outside yelled a real human sound this time, stunned and furious, and the hand vanished. Roy sucked in a breath. Good. Not good, Hector said. Temporary. He was right. The refrigerator held, but only because the door frame was still mostly intact. Another minute, 2 minutes, maybe less, and it would give. From the front of the diner came the engine noise of the sedan, revving once. Then headlights flashed on and filled the windows. The whole dining room lit up in white stripes and shadow. The broken glass at booth 9 glinted. Steam still leaking from the grill shone pale and ghostly in the beams. Outside, rain slanted silver through the light. The sedan lurched forward, straight at the front of the building. Move, Roy shouted. We hit the floor a second before the car clipped the curb stop and slammed nose first into the brick base below the broken window. Not a full speed crash. Not enough to come through. Enough to shake the wall, crack more glass, and knock the pie case crooked so one whole lemon meringue slid off its stand and hit the floor face down. The sound was huge in the little diner. Metal, brick, shattering glass, Roy swearing, Evan scrambling under a table. Then stillness. The engine coughed and died. I lifted my head. The sedan sat half-cocked against the building, hood dented, steam feathering out from under it. Driver's door flew open. A woman got out. That startled me more than it should have. Not because women couldn't do violent things, just because every shape my fear had made so far was male. She was maybe 30, bundled in a dark raincoat, hair plastered to her face. She limped as she came around the front of the car, but she moved fast anyway, ducking low beneath the window line. Hector, I whispered. There's another one. Yeah, Roy peered over the counter. 3 at least. Maybe 4, I said, thinking of the voice on the back door. The young man at the front, the driver. Maybe someone else still out there. The woman crouched below the broken window, out of sight. A second later, something clattered across the floor inside. Evan yelped. I turned. Not a bomb. Not anything cinematic. A tire iron thrown through the broken window, skidding under table 10 and spinning to a stop. Misdirection broke just as fast as it formed. For one awful second, it had looked like something worse. Then it was only metal, still bad, still useful to them or us. Why did she throw us a weapon? Roy said. She didn't, Hector replied. She lost it, which meant the car was probably stolen or failing or both, and they were improvising too. Another heave hit the back door. The refrigerator jumped. Okay, Hector said. Point of this isn't robbery. No kidding, Roy said. They want in, but they're not rushing blind. They're hurting us. Where? Hector looked at the front of the diner, at the broken window, the jammed car, the one clear exit narrowed into a funnel. Out. And suddenly I understood. Not to kill us inside, to get us outside, separated in the dark, where they could control the angles. Rule 4. The rule hadn't just been about one creep in a parking lot. It was about the tactic. Make someone check outside. Make the inside feel less safe than the open lot. Then the danger gets a door held open for it. The pay phone. The figure at the dumpster. The broken window. The pounding at the back. Every move had been pressure, not attack, until we chose wrong. That understanding came with a cold clarity that almost felt like relief. They're trying to force us to run, I said. Yes, Hector said, so we don't. A hard slam from the back. The lock plate tore halfway free. Evan crawled out from under the table, pale and sweating. We can't just stand here. He was right too. Not running wasn't the same as waiting to be cornered. My eyes went to the sedan shoved against the front wall. Steam hissed from its crumpled hood. One headlight still burned crooked into the rain. Then farther beyond it, at the edge of the lot, Roy's semi sat under the far lamp. Big, high cab, locked probably, but real cover. And beyond that, Route 30. Traffic, sparse at this hour, but not none. A plan began assembling itself from the geography. Not good, just possible. "Roy," I said. "Your truck, air horn remote." His head turned to me. "In the cab. Can you set it off from outside?" "If I get in, yes." "Would it wake the dead?" "It'd wake Ohio." Hector followed my line of thought. Big noise, attention from highway. And from the station next door, if the panic switch still works there. Roy nodded once. "But I have to reach it." The woman outside rose just enough for her head to appear at the broken window. She looked in, saw all four of us still there, and ducked back down. Her mouth moved as if she was shouting to someone on the other side of the car. But I couldn't hear words through the rain and the ringing in my own ears. The back door crashed again. Would split. "We don't have much time," Hector said. "No," I said. "We have seconds." He looked at the kitchen line, at the narrowness of the place. Mara S. was basically a rectangle, front windows and booths on one side, counter and grill on the other, restrooms and back hall straight behind. The back door went, and the front stayed blocked. We'd be trapped in the center with no room to maneuver. Unless we made room. Hector saw it too. "The grease," he said. In the kitchen, by the fryer sink, there was always a stack of blue detergent jugs and a floor bucket with too much soapy water because night cleaning started after 2. Tile already slick in spots. If someone came through the back hall at speed, "It's not a movie," Roy said, reading our faces. "No," Hector said, "it's a floor." Good enough. We moved fast. No more debate. Hector and I grabbed the bucket and sloshed a thick trail of gray soapy water across the hallway tiles in front of the refrigerator and out into the kitchen threshold. Roy snatched steak knives from the roll-up cutlery station, not for fighting exactly, just because empty hands felt obscene now. I grabbed the tire iron from under table 10. Heavy, cold, more awkward than I expected. Evan stood there shaking. "Evan," I said, and I kept my voice steady because somebody had to. "When the back goes, you run low to the side wall and get to the hostess stand. Stay out of the middle, you understand?" He swallowed and nodded too fast. "You sure he can do that?" Roy asked quietly. "No," I said. Neither of us said what we were both thinking. I wasn't sure I could either. The next blow opened the back door by 3 inches. The refrigerator screeched sideways. A wedge of wet black night showed through the gap. Then a shoulder shoved in. A male voice grunted with effort. Hector backed up, mop handle raised like a bat. "Now," he said. The door gave. Not all at once. In tearing stages. Wood popping, metal screaming. The refrigerator sliding just enough. Then the top hinge ripped free from the frame, and the whole thing kicked inward at an angle, dumping rainwater, cold air, and one heavy-set man directly into the soapy hall. He hit the tile and went down hard. His legs shot out. His shoulders slammed the floor. Crowbar in his hand clanged away beneath the sink shelving. He yelled a short, raw burst of pain. Behind him, another figure tried to come through and slipped immediately on the same slick tile, crashing into the first man and into the half-open door. The red exit light flashed over both of them in jerks of shadow and wet fabric. Not supernatural, not elegant, just physics and panic. "Move," Hector shouted. Roy ran first toward the front. I grabbed Evan by the hoodie and shoved him after Roy. Hector swung the mop handle down on the second intruder's forearm as the man reached up from the floor. There was a crack, not bone maybe, wood against joint, and the man recoiled, swearing. The first intruder, the older voice, was already pushing up despite the fall. Big, thick coat, blood on his forehead from where he'd hit the tile. Human as hell, human enough to keep coming. I swung the tire iron. I had never hit anyone in my life. It connected with his shoulder, not his head, because at the last second, my body rebelled against how much damage I might do. Even so, the impact jolted clear through my wrists. He roared and grabbed at the iron. I lost it instantly. Hector rammed the mop handle crosswise into the man's throat and shoved. Not choking, not dramatic. Just enough force to pin him back over the slick floor long enough for me to stumble away. We ran, out into the dining room, past the counter, past the pie case listing sideways. Roy got to the front door and yanked. It opened 3 inches and stuck against the sedan's crumpled front end. Damn it. The woman outside came up from the blind side of the car fast, a box cutter flashing in her hand. Roy slammed the door back on instinct. The blade scraped the glass with a shrill scratch. She's here. Of course she was. Every route narrowed just as we reached it. Behind us came the wet pound of footsteps from the kitchen. The men were up. Point of no return. Not as a phrase, as fact. We could not retake the diner, could not hide in it, could not wait in it. The inside was gone. Window, Hector said. The broken front window beside booth 9 was jagged at the edges, but the lower panel had already blown out. Big enough to climb through if you didn't mind bleeding for it. The woman saw the shift in us and moved that way too. Roy slammed a sugar caddy off the nearest table and hurled it through the remaining edge of glass. It burst outward, spraying cubes and shards. A dumb diner weapon. A perfect one. The woman threw an arm up to shield her face. Go, Roy shouted. Evan scrambled through first and sliced his calf on a tooth of glass. He cried out, but landed upright outside and limped toward the front bumper of Roy's truck. I followed halfway through, apron catching, stomach dragging over broken frame, glass biting the back of my thigh in a clean white hot line. Then hands grabbed my ankle from inside. One of the men from the kitchen. I kicked wildly, heel connecting with something soft, nose maybe, cheek maybe. His grip loosened just enough for Hector to seize my apron strings and yank. The fabric tore. I spilled out onto the wet pavement hard enough to knock the breath out of me. Roy came through behind me slower, his jacket ripping open on the frame. Hector was last. Halfway out, the woman lunged from beside the sedan and slashed at him with the box cutter. He twisted, but not enough. The blade opened his upper arm from shoulder to bicep in one fast, ugly line. He dropped to one knee outside with a sound I never want to hear from another person again. Roy hauled him up under the good arm. Truck, he shouted. We ran for the semi. Not heroically. Limping, slipping, half bent over. Evan leaving little dark drops behind him from his calf. Me with my leg burning and my hands shredded from the window frame. Hector pale and gripping his own arm, blood slicking between his fingers. Roy wheezing from the effort and age and fear. Behind us, the intruders were yelling to each other now. No more careful plan. No more soft voice on a phone. Just angry people whose trap had gone messy. That helped us. Messy people make mistakes. Roy reached the cab first and fumbled the keys twice before getting the door open. He practically threw Evan up the steps. I shoved from behind. Hector managed the passenger side one-handed, slipping once on the wet step and smearing blood down the chrome. I got in last, hauled up by Roy from inside so hard my shoulder popped. The door slammed. Locks hit. For 1/2 second, there was quiet in the cab except for all of us trying to breathe. Then a fist pounded the driver's side door from outside. The young man, hood down now, rain on his face, furious. Roy jammed the key and turned the ignition. The truck roared awake. At the same moment, Hector leaned across the cab and hit the air horn. It detonated over the parking lot. A monstrous, tearing blast, continuous, mechanical and enraged and impossible to ignore. It filled the cab, the diner, the road, the little dead gas station, the trees beyond them. I saw the young man outside physically flinch, hands flying to his ears. The woman by the sedan backed up hard. One of the men coming out the diner window lost his footing and went down on the wet curb. Roy kept the horn going. Headlights appeared on Route 30, slowing, more than one set. A semi in the eastbound lane flashed its lights. A pickup braked near the turnoff. Again, I said, though Roy was already doing it. The horn blared a second time, long and savage. The intruders broke, not all in the same direction. That was the human part. One ran toward the sedan. The young man bolted across the lot on foot. The woman hesitated, then dove into the passenger side of the car as one of the men limped after her, clutching his shoulder. But the sedan's front end was jammed hard against the brick base it had struck. When the driver cranked it into reverse, the wheels spun and threw up water and smoke. The car moved maybe 6 inches, then coughed dead again. Good, not lucky. Earned, because they had damaged their own escape during the push to damage ours. Sirens came then, faint at first, then real. Not instant rescue, not movie timing. The panic switch might have worked, or passing drivers might have finally called, or both. I still don't know. But the sound was enough. The woman belayed out of the sedan and ran. The older man vanished between the diner and the dumpster. The younger one was already gone into the dark beyond the pumps. Roy kept the truck doors locked until state police lights washed the lot blue and red and impossible to mistake. Only then did my body understand it could stop. It did it badly. My hands started shaking so hard I couldn't unclench them. Evan was crying without noise, staring at the blood running into his sock. Hector sat white-faced against the passenger door, his jaw locked, one hand clamped over the cut in his arm, while blood soaked his sleeve and dripped onto the floor mat. Roy looked straight ahead at the flashing lights and said, very quietly, "I'm too old for this," and then laughed once in a way that wasn't laughter at all. The conflict was over. That part was true. But the diner sat there below us with its broken window and bent back door, and the front wall scarred by the sedan. And I knew before anybody opened the truck door that I would never again hear a pay phone ring without feeling the inside of my chest go small. By the time the ambulance doors closed on Hector, the sky had started turning, that washed out gray that never looks like morning so much as a mistake in the dark. Rain still hung in the air, but lighter now. Not really falling, just drifting. The diner's parking lot was full of vehicles that didn't belong there, state police SUVs, one ambulance, a volunteer fire pickup with mud on the fenders, a tow truck already winching the dead sedan away from the brick base of the building. The diner itself looked smaller than it had at 3 in the morning. Hurt things usually do. I sat on the open tailgate of an EMT truck with a foil blanket over my shoulders and watched a paramedic pick glass out of my left palm with tweezers. "Hold still," she said. "I'm holding still. You're arguing still. That too." She gave me a tired little smile and dropped another tiny bloody shard into a metal tray. My thigh was bandaged under a borrowed pair of EMS sweatpants because they'd cut my uniform tights off at the scene. My apron was gone. The back of my hands looked like I tried to grab a rose bush in the dark. Every few minutes, a new place on my body announced itself. Shoulder, ribs, knee. The sort of inventory pain makes after adrenaline leaves. Across the lot, Roy sat on the bumper of his truck while a younger trooper took his statement from a little black notebook. Roy had refused the blanket and was shivering too hard to make that choice look intentional. Evan was in the ambulance getting his calf stitched. He'd gone pale and quiet after the first 10 minutes, the way some people do when the fear burns off and what's left is simple damage. I kept looking toward the road, not because I expected the intruders to come back. I didn't. Once police had swarmed the property, whatever nerve had driven them, there had curdled into the usual cowardice. 2 had been caught within an hour, they told us later. The woman from the sedan and the older man with the shoulder I'd hit. K9 units picked him up behind a drainage ditch less than half a mile away, wet and cursing and furious enough to make himself easy to find. The younger man ran longer. They found him after daylight near the service road behind a shuttered motel, trying to flag down a ride with blood on his cuffs that wasn't his. The 4th one, the man Hector hit in the hallway, or maybe the one who slipped behind the older guy, depending on how you counted, had gotten farther. He'd made it into the tree line east of the diner before vanishing. They would catch him too, one trooper said, with the easy confidence of a man trying to sound useful. Maybe they did, maybe not. At 5 in the morning, facts arrived in the wrong order. What I kept looking for was simpler than that. I kept looking at the diner's side wall, at the narrow strip between the building and the dumpster enclosure, at the place where the whole night had first become real. A state trooper in a campaign hat came over holding a styrofoam cup of coffee from somewhere else. Not ours. Mara's machines were off and staying off. "Elena Markham," I nodded. "I'm Trooper Gaines. We need to go over your statement one more time after they finish cleaning that hand." He said it politely, but there was that careful neutral tone police use when they're trying not to feed emotion in either direction. Not soothing, not cold, just procedural. Did the panic switch work? I asked him. He looked at me over the rim of his cup. "We got a signal at the old gas property alarm box next door, yes. Also had calls from passing motorists about a horn and a possible vehicle assault." "Why?" I shook my head. "No reason. That wasn't true, exactly. It mattered to me more than it should have. I wanted to know whether I had finally done the right practical thing in time, or whether luck and Roy's truck had saved us after my delay almost got us cornered. But Trooper Gaines was writing down facts, not absolution. The paramedic taped the last dressing over my palm and said, "You need stitches in 2 places, but not many. Hospital or urgent care." "I'm fine." She looked at me flatly. "You people always say that. I'm not you people. You are exactly you people." She stood and called over another EMT for supplies. Decision made without me. That was how the morning went. People making reasonable decisions at my body and around me because I had run out of useful ones 3 hours ago. They took me to the hospital in Everett for stitches and a tetanus booster, mostly because once they cleaned the cut on the back of my thigh, it turned out to be deeper than anybody liked. Not life-threatening, just the sort of injury that reminds you how close the body runs to failure all the time. Skin is not much, really. A zipper, a wrapper. In the room beside mine, I could hear Hector answering questions between bouts of pain medication and irritation. He'd needed 12 stitches and a pressure dressing, plus x-rays, because when Roy helped him into the truck, he'd twisted badly enough to crack a rib. He kept trying to leave against advice until a nurse with the sort of voice that had ended wars told him he would sit down or she would get security to sit him down. Roy refused transport altogether. Of course he did. They wrapped his wrist where he'd slammed it against the truck door and told him to see somebody if the swelling got worse. He said he'd had worse from chains and load straps, and once from a horse in 1998, and no one could prove otherwise. Evan got 6 stitches in his calf and a ride home from his brother at 8:30 in the morning. Before he left, he stood awkwardly in my doorway holding his discharge papers like they'd been given to the wrong person. "Hey," he said. "Hey." He nodded at my bandaged hands. "You okay?" "Sort of, yeah." He looked embarrassed then, in the way men sometimes do when gratitude feels too personal. "I was asleep," he said. "When it started, I keep thinking if I'd been awake earlier maybe, it wouldn't have changed anything." "You don't know that." "I do, actually." He rubbed the back of his neck. "Still," then, after a pause, "you got me out." I didn't know what to say to that, because the truth was messier. I had gotten him out eventually. I had also lost time to denial, to politeness, to the old private fear that I would make myself ridiculous by reacting too soon. People like clean heroics because they edit out the hesitation. Real survival has a lot more shame in it, so I said, "We all got out." He nodded like that was enough, though it was. My mother cried when she got to the hospital. Not loudly. That would have been easier. She cried in the contained, furious way some women do, after surviving enough other things that they resent being made to add one more. She sat on the edge of the bed, held my jaw in her cool hand, looked at the stitches in my palm, and said, "I told you nights were wrong there." Great timing. "I'm not being dramatic." "No," I said. "That's usually my department." She stared at me for half a second. Then she understood exactly what I meant, because mothers usually do when the insult is aimed inward. Her mouth softened. "You're alive," she said. It wasn't comforting. It was administrative. A fact entered into the record. By noon, the first local reporter called my phone. Then a second. Then someone from Altoona. I turned the ringer off and shoved it into the hospital drawer. Roy apparently told one of them to go to hell in language creative enough that the trooper standing nearby had to hide a smile. Hector didn't answer anyone. Smartest of us. State police interviewed us separately again that afternoon. The facts, once assembled, turned out grim and ordinary in the way the worst things often are. The sedan had been stolen out of Chambersburg 2 days earlier. The 4 intruders knew each other. Petty thefts, 1 aggravated assault, 1 meth possession, 1 recent release from county jail. No mastermind, no elegant targeting. They had spent part of the evening at a trailer outside Bedford getting high and talking themselves into the kind of confidence bad men borrow from one another. A rural diner on a rainy night looked vulnerable. The rule about calling from outside and drawing staff into the lot wasn't genius. It was recycled. Somebody had done something similar before, somewhere else. They had cut power at the service disconnect and waited to see who reacted. Were they trying to rob us? I asked Trooper Gaines. He stood in the doorway with his little notebook closed now, more human than official for once. At least at first. At first, he didn't answer right away. When a group like that loses control of the plan, he said carefully, intent gets messy. That stayed with me longer than I wanted. Intent gets messy. Meaning robbery can become assault by inches. Meaning men don't always know what they are until the door opens. Meaning Rule 4 existed because somebody once understood that the most dangerous part of certain people is not what they came intending to do, but what they'll permit themselves once the first line is crossed. 3 days later, I went back to Mara's with a state police escort to collect my things. The sun was out. Bright, ugly, too cheerful. Yellow tape still crossed the side lot. The front window was boarded over with plywood. The back door hung replaced, but unpainted. A fresh steel slab in a raw wood frame. The diner smelled wrong without coffee, wrong without food. Just damp insulation, bleach, wet brick, and that faint electrical tang buildings get after damage. I stood inside the front entrance and had to stop myself from stepping around the same patch of floor where Roy's wet boots had been, as if the shape of that night still mattered to gravity. Hector was already there, one arm in a sling he hated. Owner sent a cleanup crew yesterday, he said. You came back fast. He shrugged with his good shoulder. Didn't want my knives disappearing. That was so like him, it almost made me laugh. Almost. Roy came too, because apparently none of us could make reasonable choices about closure. He brought donuts from a chain place and set them on the counter with solemn disrespect. Tastes like insulation, Hector said after one bite. Then stop eating. We moved through the diner slowly, each of us pretending to look for practical things. My charger from the employee drawer, Hector's jacket, Roy's cap he'd lost near the register. But what we were really doing was measuring, seeing if the building still belonged to the same world. Evan did not come back. I didn't blame him. At the register, I opened the cabinet beneath the till. The rule sheet was still there, though one corner had torn loose, where typed copy had shifted, exposing more of Mara's original handwriting underneath. Brown ink, blocky and impatient. Roy leaned over my shoulder. There it is. I touched the line about the panic switch. You ever know the real story behind it? I asked. Hector made a face. Different stories every year. Roy licked sugar from his thumb. I heard it was a girl on third shift back in the 90s. Guy called, said he hit a dog out front. She went to look. 2 men tried coming through the side. Tried? I asked. Roy nodded toward the kitchen. Mara hit one with a pie server, apparently. Apparently, Hector said. I heard jealous husband. I heard escaped inmate, Roy said. You hear a lot. That's trucking. None of them sounded true enough to matter, and maybe that was the point. The rule outlived the specifics, because the specifics didn't need preserving. Only the shape did. On my way out, I stopped by table 12. The sugar dispenser sat upright beside the napkin holder, both replaced, both innocent looking. Morning light pooled over the laminate. I stood there longer than necessary, listening. No jukebox hum, no fryer hiss, no rain, just distant road noise and the scratch of Hector pulling open a prep drawer in the kitchen. Nothing moved. I almost told myself again that the first scrape had probably just been vibration from the fridge, or an uneven table leg, or a semi passing hard enough to shake the floor. That explanation still existed. It was even likely, but I didn't say it out loud, because another possibility now sat beside it, quiet and practical and ugly. Someone had already been near the building, or under the window line, or testing how much we noticed before the phone ever rang. Small movements, small sounds, a hand against the sill, a shoulder brushing the outer wall. Human, not supernatural. Explainable, worse somehow for being explainable. Mara S. opened again 2 weeks later with new glass, brighter floodlights, repaired cameras, and a laminated copy of Rule 4 posted inside the register cabinet in letters so large no one could call it folklore anymore. I did not quit right away. That would sound cleaner than the truth. I stayed another month, not because I was brave, not because I needed to prove anything, mostly because bills remain vulgar and ordinary, no matter what tried to kill you in a diner at 3 in the morning. My mother still needed prescriptions. The landlord still wanted rent. Insurance took its time. Healing took longer. But I changed. First, small things. I stopped apologizing when something felt wrong. I locked doors earlier, called troopers sooner, told one man to leave when he leaned too long over the counter trying to flirt after midnight. My voice shook when I did it. I did it anyway. Then larger things. I sent out applications again. Altoona, Pittsburgh, 2 hospital cafeteria jobs, 1 hotel desk, 1 logistics dispatcher position I was underqualified for, and got on the second interview because apparently night shift survival translates well to freight scheduling. Roy laughed for a full minute when I told him. "So you're leaving one set of truckers for another," he said. "Seems I have a type." Hector just nodded once and said, "Good." On my last shift, he handed me a small box cutter still in its packaging. "For opening stock," he said, "not stabbing people." Very reassuring. You know what I mean. I did. The last night passed quietly. Coffee, pie, rain around 1, 2 college kids arguing over pancakes, an old woman in slippers buying tea to go. Ordinary enough to be painful. At closing time for me, not the diner, which kept going without sentiment, I stood by the door with my coat on and listened to the bell jingle as a customer came in. For 1 split second, every muscle in my body tightened, then released. Not gone, just managed. That is the part nobody tells you. Surviving something doesn't return you to yourself. It introduces a new person into the room. One who listens harder. One who maps exits. One who doesn't fully trust glass or phones or soft voices asking harmless questions. You keep living with that person because you are that person. Months later, after I'd moved east and learned the rhythms of freight manifests and dispatch radios and coffee that came from a machine too clean to trust, I stopped at Mara's once on my way to see my mother. Daytime. Bright. The parking lot looked almost friendly. Inside, a new waitress in her early 20s was wiping down the counter. Hector was on mornings now, doctor's orders and age and stubbornness finally aligning enough to drag him into daylight. He saw me, lifted a hand, and called, "You still alive?" Apparently. Roy was there too, because of course he was, hunched over pie and local gossip like he'd been built into the place. I sat at table 12. The sugar dispenser did not move. Nothing dramatic happened. I drank coffee. I listened to forks against plates, and the squeak of the pie case door, and a child whining for more syrup in booth 5. The diner had gone back to being a diner. That was the mercy of it. That was also the lie. When I got up to leave, I used the restroom and passed the hall where the pay phone used to be. The phone itself was gone now. Just a pale rectangle on the wall and 4 screw holes where it had hung. I stood there looking at the empty space. Then I noticed, tucked partly behind the new corkboard of health inspection notices, a strip of the old missing cat flyer still trapped against the wall. Faded orange fur, 1 printed ear, a phone number with the last 2 digits peeled away. Something about that nearly made me cry, which was absurd enough that I laughed instead. On my way out, Hector called after me, "Lena." I turned. He nodded toward the register cabinet. Rule sheet S still there. I know. Good. I stepped outside into a cold, clear afternoon. Trucks rolled by on Route 30, ordinary and loud. The wind smelled like wet leaves and diesel. Somewhere across the lot, metal tapped lightly against metal, just the loose chain on the dumpster gate, moving in the breeze. Explainable. Still, I looked. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to like, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare. Welcome to Mia Horror Stories. To make it easier on your eyes, this video plays against a black screen, so you can close your eyes, get comfortable, and let the story take over. But don't relax too much, the ending might just catch you off guard. Stay with me until the very last word. The first thing that felt wrong was the roll-up door at Unit C19. It was open about 4 inches. Not enough to see inside, just enough to notice. Just enough to show a black wedge where there should have been corrugated blue steel meeting concrete. The kind of wrongness you could argue with yourself about. Wind. Settling. Somebody closed it badly. But there was no wind that morning, only a dry September heat pressing down on the metal roofs of the storage rows and making everything smell faintly of warm dust, rubber, and old rain trapped in the gutters. I stood in the lane between buildings C and D with a ring of keys in one hand and the new padlock codes in the other, listening. A forklift beeped somewhere beyond the office. A truck on the county road groaned through its gears. From inside C19, nothing. That was what bothered me. The facility had been mine for 9 days, and in those 9 days, I'd already learned that quiet in a place full of other people's belongings wasn't clean quiet. It had texture. A radio left on low in a unit where someone was sorting estate boxes. A cheap fan clicking against a wire cage. The slam of a car trunk. The scrape of a dolly. Somebody swearing softly because they'd pinched a finger on a latch. Storage places were supposed to sound like temporary lives rubbing together. Silence coming out of an open unit felt personal. I am Owen Mercer, 32, male, and until my uncle died, I was the assistant manager of a farm supply store outside Dayton, Ohio. I had exactly 0 plans to become the owner of Mercer Safe Storage in Brookville, a town small enough that people still gave directions using churches that had burned down years ago. My everyday motive, if I'm being honest, was humiliatingly ordinary. I wanted to keep the place running long enough to sell it without embarrassing myself or my family. My private flaw was worse. I hate confrontation. In a way, I've spent most of my adult life dressing up as patience. I will reorganize a spreadsheet for 2 hours before making one difficult phone call. I will let a mechanic overcharge me because correcting him makes my throat tighten. It isn't noble. It isn't calm. It's fear wearing decent clothes. I should have called out. Instead, I stepped closer and crouched a little, peering into the gap. All I could make out was dim concrete and the corner of something pale, maybe a tarp or a mattress sleeve. Behind me, a woman said, "Please tell me you're not about to stick your face in there like a guy in a bad commercial." I came up so fast I banged my knuckles on the door handle. She winced in sympathy. Okay, that hurt me too. Her name was Lena Markham, 28, female, the part-time office employee my uncle had hired 2 years ago. And according to everyone in town, the only reason tenants had kept paying on time while he got sick. She was carrying a clipboard tucked against her hip and a sweating iced coffee in a gas station cup. She wore black work pants, a faded red t-shirt with the facility logo, and a look I was starting to recognize as the expression people get when they've already predicted the dumb thing you're about to do. Lena moved quickly, spoke bluntly, and handled irritated customers with a briskness I envied on a spiritual level. "It was already open," I said, holding up my keys like evidence in a trial no one had asked for. "Wow, then definitely stick your face in." I looked at the gap again. "You have a better idea?" "Yes, we check the rental log, see who is C19, call them, and in the meantime, maybe don't die for inherited real estate." I laughed, but quietly. My pulse had gotten annoyingly high over a door. Lena took a sip of coffee and frowned at the unit. "Could also be raccoons. That does not improve anything." "No, but it changes the paperwork." We walked back toward the office together, the asphalt already radiating heat through my shoes. Mercer Safe Storage sat on the edge of Brookville between a soybean field and a used RV lot with 3 fading flags snapping over it. The place was bigger than it had looked when I visited my uncle as a kid. 6 long metal buildings, 1 chain-link perimeter fence topped with limp loops of wire that looked more discouraging than dangerous, an office with a flat roof, and a vending machine out front that made a tired electrical hum all day. The sign by the highway still had my uncle's phone number half peeled off and mine layered over it in newer vinyl. Inside the office, it smelled like paper, lemon cleaner, and the stale edge of old coffee burned onto a hot plate. The air conditioner rattled in the wall. Lena set her drink down, moved behind the counter, and pulled up the software. I leaned on the counter and watched the camera grid on the monitor beside her. Little black and white rectangles. Front gate, office entrance, each aisle. The image on camera 7, the one covering C row, had a faint static shimmer in one corner that came and went. "You really need to stop hovering," she said. "I'm standing. You're anxious standing." I stepped back. "Sorry, no, it's fine. It just makes me feel like I'm doing taxes wrong." She clicked through the tenant list. C19. Rented month to month. Paid through the 15th. She squinted. Tenant name is Daniel Voss. "Do you know him? Tall guy, maybe 40. Beard. Drives a plumbing van sometimes a different truck. Never rude, never chatty. Always pays in cash, which I don't love, but not illegal." Did my uncle have any notes? She opened the account tab and paused. What? He did, she said. Sort of. She turned the monitor. In my uncle's notes field, under the usual payment history and gate code changes, was one line in all caps. If unit found open, do not enter alone. I stared at it for a second longer than I meant to. Lena gave a short breath through her nose. Your uncle did love drama. He wasn't a dramatic person. No, which is why that is weird. The office seemed smaller after that. The AC kept rattling. Out in the lot, a car stereo thumped twice, then cut off. I reached for the mouse and scrolled, half expecting more, but there was nothing under it. No date. No explanation. Just that sentence hanging there like someone had started a story and walked away. Maybe he meant because of liability, I said. Like if a tenant claims something missing. Then he would have written document condition before entry, because he was 70 and deeply in love with practical wording. I smiled despite myself. Uncle Warren had not, in fact, loved many things openly, but he had loved labeling. His handwriting lived everywhere in the place: breaker boxes, file folders, tiny white stickers on keys. Seeing a sentence from him that sounded almost frightened made the back of my neck prickle. Lena picked up the desk phone and dialed the number on file. We listened to it ring. Once, twice, then voicemail. Hi, this is Lena at Mercer Safe Storage calling about Unit C19. Your door appears unsecured. Please call us back as soon as you can. She hung up. Want me to call the alternate? There's an alternate, listed as sister. Same last name. She dialed again. No answer. I looked toward the hallway that led to the records room. Did my uncle keep paper notes anywhere besides the software? Lena gave me a look. He kept paper notes because he didn't trust software notes because he didn't trust paper, and backup notebooks because he didn't trust himself to remember where he kept either of those. That got a real laugh out of me. It also got me moving. I went into the records room, where metal shelves held bankers' boxes, old lease files, bug spray, extra light bulbs, and an entire shelf of things that seemed to exist only because no one had ever decided to throw them out. The room smelled like cardboard and the ghost of mildew. A bare bulb buzzed overhead. I found my uncle's black composition notebooks stacked in date order with little white spine labels. Of course he had labeled them. Anything, Lena called from the front. An overwhelming amount of penmanship. I flipped through the most recent notebook, running a finger down dates and short entries. Gate motor serviced. Unit B11 delinquent. Lease requested footage after catalytic converter theft at RV lot next door. Nothing about C19. Then, 3 weeks before my uncle's last hospital stay, one line, remind Owen. Rulebook is for continuity, not superstition. I read it twice. Owen, Lena appeared in the doorway, coffee in hand again. You look like the notebook insulted your mother. I turned the page toward her. She read the line, then looked up. Well, did he ever mention a rulebook? In general, constantly. Everything. For weeds, billing, storm prep, holiday hours, how to stack extra cards. She took another sip. But the way that's written, yeah. We both stood there listening to the bulb buzz. Continuity, I said. What does that even mean? It means your uncle knew saying less would make people like us say more. You think he wrote it because he knew I'd find it. I think your uncle had terminal old man brain and enjoyed being mysterious in tiny administrative ways. That helped a little. Not much. By 11, the day had filled in around us. A couple arrived in a rented van to empty a climate-controlled unit. A contractor in muddy boots paid late fees without argument. A teenage kid bought a disc lock and tried to flirt with Lena so badly I almost felt protective on her behalf until she dismantled him with 3 polite questions about his future plans. The normal rhythm of the place came back. My shoulders dropped. I told myself C19 was just an unsecured unit with a weird note attached to it because Warren Mercer had been sick, tired, and not above trying to make me take things seriously after I inherited a business I never asked for. Around 1:30, a sheriff's deputy came in for the usual free water and chat. His name was Rick Halpern, 46, male, broad-shouldered, and sun reddened with a buzz cut going gray at the temples. He had the relaxed voice of someone used to being listened to eventually, even if not immediately. My uncle had known him for years. Rick took the bottle Lena handed him, nodded at me, and said, "You settling in or just getting better at pretending?" "Second one," I said. "That's ownership." He leaned on the counter while Lena rang up a packet of tape for another customer. When the office cleared, I told him about the open unit, and after a moment's hesitation, the note. Rick's eyebrows went up only a little. "You want me to take a look?" I hated how relieved I felt. "Would that be overkill?" "Maybe," he said, "but overkill is cheaper than underkill." Lena pointed a pen at him. "I've been saying versions of that all week." Rick twisted the cap off his water. "Any signs of break-in? Cut lock, bent latch?" "No," I said. "Doors just open a few inches. Could be tenant forgot. Could be squatter. Could be somebody's ex." Storage units get weird faster than houses because nobody's embarrassed to act feral around property they think no one's emotionally attached to. That sentence sat with me. He followed us out in the bright afternoon, his cruiser parked crooked in the shade by the office. Gravel clicked under our shoes. The road to C building seemed longer this time. I heard insects in the weeds by the fence and the faint chain rattle of the gate every time a car passed on the road outside. At C19, the door was still open the same 4 inches. Rick crouched, inspected the lock and latch without touching them, then stood. No visible damage. He put his hand flat against the metal and paused, listening. Then he rapped twice with his knuckles. The sound went in and didn't answer. "Mr. Voss," he called. "Sheriff's office." Nothing. Lena folded her arms. "Still want Owen not sticking his face in there." "I'm very committed to that new policy," I said. Rick glanced at the camera mounted on the corner of the building. "You got footage?" "Should," I said, "though camera 7's been fuzzy." "We'll look at it," I nodded, but my eyes were on the strip of darkness beneath the door. There was a smell now that I hadn't caught before. Not rot, not exactly chemicals. Something dry and stale, like old carpet rolled up in a basement for too long, with a sharper note under it that made me think of machine oil or hot metal. Rick noticed me noticing. "What?" "Smell." He leaned a little closer, then straightened. "Yeah, is that bad?" He gave me a sideways look. "Everything depends on quantity." The calm snapped then, not into panic, into a thinner, more irritating kind of unease, the kind that makes every practical choice suddenly feel like a test of character. Rick said, "Here are the options. We leave it secured from the outside, document it, wait for the tenant to call back. Safest for liability, maybe not safest if there's a person inside. Or we open it now with witnesses and cameras running." Lena looked at me. The heat shimmered above the lane. Somewhere near the office, a roll-up door slammed hard enough to make all 3 of us turn our heads for a split second. When I looked back at C19, the gap under the door seemed darker than before. That was stupid, obviously. A trick of angle. A cloud overhead maybe, though there were no clouds. Rick held out a hand, not rushing me. Your facility, Owen. And there it was, the first real choice since the funeral that felt like it belonged to me. Not paperwork or signatures or people saying sorry for your loss while wondering if I knew what I was doing. Wait and preserve the boundary my uncle had drawn for some reason he never explained. Or unlock the unit and step 1 inch closer to whatever he had meant by rulebook. Rick didn't rush me. That almost made it worse. The three of us stood in the narrow lane between the rows of metal units, while the afternoon heat bounced off the concrete and made the air shimmer. The storage buildings ticked and creaked softly the way metal does when it's been cooking in the sun all day. Somewhere behind us, a radio played low country music from another open unit, the sound drifting thinly through the corridor. Rick's hand was still open, waiting for my answer. Your facility, Owen. I glanced at Lena. She wasn't smiling anymore. Her eyes moved from me to the door and back again, calculating something I couldn't see yet. If there's a person in there, she said quietly, waiting isn't great. Rick nodded. Exactly. My mouth felt dry. Confrontation had always been abstract to me. A phone call, a complaint, a customer wanting to argue about fertilizer prices. That was the level of risk my brain usually dealt with. This was different. An open door, a smell that didn't belong, a tenant who wasn't answering, and a note from my uncle that felt like a warning he'd never had time to finish writing. I took a breath. Okay, I said, we open it. Rick gave a short nod like that had always been the outcome. Good, we do it slow. Lena pulled her phone out and lifted it toward the door. What's that for? I asked. Documentation, she said. You're going to want proof of what condition this place was in when we opened it. She started recording. Rick crouched by the latch and examined the lock again. The disc lock was still hanging in place. Not cut, not bent, just unlocked. Tenant probably closed it without locking, he muttered. Door rolled up a bit later. Wind, I said. There's barely a breeze. He stood and looked at me. You want to do the honors? Owner privilege. I didn't. But saying that out loud felt pathetic. So I stepped forward. The metal handle was warm from the sun when I grabbed it. Fingers slid along the ridge where the paint had worn thin from years of hands doing the same thing. I pulled. The door lifted with the hollow rattle of old rollers and the scrape of metal slats sliding along tracks. 4 inches became a foot, then 2. Then the whole unit opened. Inside was darkness and the smell. It rolled out immediately dry, stale, with that same faint oily edge. Not rotten, not sweet, just wrong enough that my nose wrinkled without permission. Rick stepped in first. Hold up, he said. He leaned inside and swept the space slowly with a small flashlight he pulled from his belt. The beam revealed stacked plastic bins, a mattress leaning against the wall, a narrow metal shelf, and several cardboard boxes sealed with gray duct tape. Ordinary stuff. Storage unit stuff. Nothing moving. Nothing obviously dangerous. Rick walked in fully, boots scraping lightly on concrete. Lena and I stayed just outside. Well, she asked. Rick took a few more steps, angling the light across the floor. It's normal, he said, but his voice didn't sound convinced. I stepped closer to the entrance. The interior of the unit felt cooler than the air outside, which made sense. No sunlight reached the back wall, just shadow and concrete. Then I noticed something else. The bins were labeled, every single one. White tape, black marker, numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up the stack. That's organized, Lena said quietly. Rick crouched near the shelf. More bins back here. What's the smell? I asked. Rick sniffed the air again. Hard to tell, could be oil, could be solvents. From what? No idea. Lena stepped halfway into the unit now, still holding her phone camera steady. Let's not touch anything, she said. Until we know. Rick's flashlight paused on something near the back wall. Hang on. He moved toward it. My chest tightened a little. What is it? Rick didn't answer immediately. The beam settled on a folded metal chair. On top of it sat a spiral notebook. Plain, black cover. Very familiar looking. My stomach sank, because my uncle used those same notebooks. Rick looked at me. You recognize this? Maybe, I said. Lena frowned. From the office. Looks like the same kind he used. Rick picked it up carefully. Dust puffed slightly when he lifted it. He opened the cover. The first page had one line written across it. Rulebook 4, Tenants, Mercer Safe Storage. My throat tightened. That's not normal, Lena said. No, I said quietly. Rick flipped the page. More handwriting, neat, block letters. He scanned it for a second, then exhaled slowly. What? Lena asked. Rick looked up. These are rules. What kind of rules? I asked. The weird kind. He turned the notebook so we could see. Rule 1, never open another tenant's unit even if you hear someone asking for help. The words sat on the page like a bad joke. Lena blinked. Okay, she said slowly. That's. Rick flipped another page. Rule 2, if a unit door is open and you do not know WHY, contact management immediately. Rule 3, if you notice the smell of machine oil or burned metal in any unit, report it. My stomach turned slightly. Rick looked back at the shelves. Interesting. Keep going, Lena said. He flipped another page. Rule 4, never enter Unit C19 alone. The three of us stood there in silence. A pickup truck drove past on the highway outside, the engine sound fading quickly. Lena whispered, Okay, that's not funny. It's not supposed to be, Rick said. I felt like my brain had stepped sideways. This is my uncle's handwriting. You're sure? Lena asked. Yes. Rick flipped a few more pages. There were more rules, some crossed out, some rewritten, a few circled. None of them explained anything. Just warnings, procedures. Continuity, I murmured. What? Lena asked. The notebook line. My uncle wrote something about a rule book being for continuity. Rick closed the notebook slowly. Continuity of what? I didn't answer, because the question was suddenly louder in my head than the smell or the heat or the open door behind us. Then Lena said something that snapped the moment. Owen, what? She pointed at the floor, near the back wall. A dark streak ran across the concrete. At first, I thought it was dirt, but the flashlight beam caught a wet shine. Oil. Rick crouched beside it. Fresh, he said. My stomach dropped. Fresh how? Within a few hours, maybe. What? Rick followed the streak with the light. It led under the shelf, toward the rear corner of the unit, where several large plastic bins were stacked together, numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Rick leaned closer. The smell was stronger there, not overwhelming, just sharper, like warm machinery. Those weren't leaking when we walked in, Lena said. Rick nodded slowly. No, he reached toward the top bin. Don't, Lena said quickly. Rick froze. She lowered her phone slightly. You said it yourself. Don't touch anything yet. Rick pulled his hand back. Fair. I tried to slow my breathing. This was still explainable. It had to be. Storage units were full of weird hobbies and stranger side businesses. Mechanics storing parts, contractors storing solvents. The rules could be paranoia, or a prank, or some elaborate system my uncle invented to scare off people poking around other units. Rick stood again. "We need to check camera footage," he said. "See if anyone's been here today." "Yes," Lena said quickly. "That's smart." We stepped out of the unit together. Rick pulled the door halfway down again, but didn't lock it. "Leave it like we found it," he said. The smell faded as the door dropped, but it didn't disappear entirely. I could still catch it in the air, faint, metallic. We walked back toward the office. The lane seemed longer now, the sun harsher, the buzzing insects louder. Halfway there, Lena stopped. "What?" I asked. She pointed toward the end of the row. The facility gate was visible from here, closed, but the security light above it was blinking. Rick frowned. "That light shouldn't be on during the day." Lena shook her head. "It's not supposed to blink either." Rick pulled out his radio. "Dispatch, this is Halpern." Static crackled, then a voice answered. While he spoke quietly into the radio, I looked back at Building C at the line of identical blue doors. At C19, it looked exactly the same as the others. Normal, boring. But my brain couldn't stop replaying the rule in the notebook. Never enter Unit C19 alone. My uncle had written it, which meant he had known something, and he'd expected someone else to need that warning. Rick finished speaking on the radio and turned back to us. "We're pulling the camera footage now," he said. "Good," Lena replied. We started walking again. That was when the facility power went out. Not slowly, not flickering, just gone. The office air conditioner died. The gate motor clicked once. Then silence dropped over the property. Even the radio from the other unit cut off mid-song. Lena stopped walking. "Owen," she said. My chest tightened. "What?" "The cameras run through the office power." Rick looked toward the dark office windows, then toward Building C and the open unit we had just left behind. "If the cameras just died," he said quietly, "then whatever happened here isn't being recorded anymore." And at that exact moment, the metal door of C19 slammed shut. Hard, the sound echoed across the storage yard like a gunshot. None of us had touched it. The slam echoed across the storage yard and then vanished into the heat. For a few seconds, none of us moved. The quiet that followed felt heavier than the noise itself. Without the air conditioner running, the office behind us seemed hollow. Without the radio from the other tenant, the whole facility sounded like a metal shell baking under the sun. Rick turned first. "Okay," he said calmly. "Everybody breathe." Lena let out a shaky laugh. I wasn't holding my breath. "Good." Rick looked back toward Building C. Unit C19 sat at the far end of the row, the blue roll-up door now completely shut. From here, it looked exactly like every other unit. Just another metal square in a line of metal squares, except none of us remembered touching it. Rick squinted up at the sky. "No wind," he said. "Could the tracks be loose?" I asked. "Possible." That answer didn't make the feeling go away. Lena lowered her phone slowly. I was still recording. "Good," Rick said. She checked the screen. The video had captured the slam clearly, the door snapping down with enough force to shake the metal frame. "No one near it," she said. Rick nodded once. "Let's focus on the power first." That made sense. Cameras, gate motor, lights, everything ran through the office breaker box. We moved quickly toward the office. The geography of the place was suddenly very clear in my mind. The office sat at the center of the property, with 3 storage rows on either side like ribs. C row was directly east of the building. The gate and road entrance sat about 50 yards south of us. The breaker panel was inside the back hallway, next to the records room. Rick pushed the office door open. Inside it was dim and quiet. The AC fan hung motionless in the wall unit. Lena walked straight to the hallway. "Breaker box is here." Rick followed. I stayed near the front counter, staring at the dark camera monitors. Without power, the screens looked like dead windows. The hallway light flicked on. "Breakers are fine," Lena called. Rick stepped out with her. "Not tripped," he said. "That suggests external power loss." "Like a grid outage?" I asked. "Maybe." I stepped outside and looked toward the road. The RV lot across the highway still had power. Their office lights glowed faintly through the tinted windows. So did the gas station farther down the road. Rick noticed too. "That's not a grid problem." Lena crossed her arms. "Then what?" Rick looked toward the gate. "Could be the facility main line." "Where's that?" I asked. I hated how small my voice sounded. Rick pointed toward the south fence. "There's usually a utility box near the meter." My stomach tightened. The meter box sat near the gate, which meant walking toward the entrance, which meant passing C row again. Rick started that direction. Lena and I followed. The gravel crunched under our shoes as we moved down the central lane. Heat shimmered above the asphalt, and the smell from C19 seemed faintly stronger now that the air wasn't moving through the AC system. Halfway down the row, Lena slowed. "Wait," Rick stopped. "What?" She pointed toward the roofline of building. "See, something metallic flashed in the sunlight." Rick narrowed his eyes. "A camera mount." "The one with static earlier?" I asked. "Probably." The camera hung crooked now, angled slightly downward. "That wasn't like that earlier," Lena said. Rick studied it for a moment. "Could have shifted in the heat. Or someone moved it," she said. Rick didn't respond. We kept walking. When we reached the gate area, the reason for the blinking light became obvious. The utility box beside the fence had been opened, not broken. Opened. The metal door hung halfway off its hinge. Rick crouched immediately. "That's not good." Inside the box, the main breaker switch had been flipped down. Someone had cut the power manually. My stomach dropped. "You're saying someone's here?" I asked. Rick didn't look up. "I'm saying someone was here." Lena glanced back toward the storage rows. The buildings stretched long and quiet behind us. 50 units per row. 3 rows on this side. 150 places someone could hide. Rick flipped the main breaker back up. The lights in the office flickered on. The AC unit coughed back to life. From the gate motor came a mechanical hum. And inside the office, the camera monitors lit up again. "Good," Lena said softly. Rick stood. "Let's check the footage." We hurried back toward the office. This time, the walk felt different. Every open lane looked like a corridor someone might step out of. Every shadow under unit door looked deeper than it should. Inside the office, Lena went straight to the computer. The camera grid filled the screens. Rick leaned over her shoulder. "Pull the last 15 minutes." She did. The playback started. The footage from camera 7C row rolled across the screen. There we were, 3 small figures standing outside unit C19. Then the power cut. Static, then darkness. Rick frowned, back up further. Lena rewound 10 minutes. Now the footage showed the lane empty. No movement, no vehicles. "Keep going," Rick said. She rewound another 10 minutes. Still nothing. Rick rubbed his jaw. That means whoever cut the power came from outside the camera coverage. Like where? I asked. Rick tapped the screen. Behind the buildings. The perimeter fence ran along the back edge of the property, but the ground beyond it was just an overgrown drainage ditch and an empty cornfield. Could someone climb it? Lena asked. Easily, Rick said. That thought sat heavy in the room. Then Lena pointed. Wait. The playback time stamp jumped forward again. Just before the power cut. There a shadow moved along the side of building, see, not a person exactly. More like a shape sliding along the wall. My pulse spiked. Rick leaned closer. Zoom that, Lena did. The image pixelated. The shape moved again. Then suddenly, a raccoon jumped out of the frame. Lena exhaled loudly. Oh, come on, Rick chuckled once. Storage facilities are raccoon resorts. My shoulders loosened. For a moment, the fear broke. Just animals, just bad wiring, just coincidence. Rick straightened. Still, someone cut the power. Let's secure the utility box. He headed for the door again. We followed. The afternoon felt hotter now, more oppressive. Rick closed the utility panel door and latched it. Temporary fix, he said. Then he froze. What? Lena asked. Rick pointed toward C row again. The door to unit C19 was open. Not 4 inches this time. All the way. We hadn't gone back there. No one had. The opening looked like a black mouth at the end of the lane. Rick's voice dropped. Okay, Lena whispered. That wasn't like that when we left. No, I said. My heart was pounding now. Rick spoke calmly but quickly. Someone could be inside. We just saw the footage, Lena said. Footage doesn't show everything. Rick rested a hand on his belt. Stay behind me. We walked toward the unit again. Every step felt louder than the last. Gravel crunched. Metal buildings creaked. The smell reached us halfway down the row. Stronger now, sharper, like heated oil. Rick stepped into the doorway first. Flashlight out again. The beam swept across the floor. The bins, the shelf, the chair, the notebook, everything looked the same. Except the oil streak on the floor had grown. It ran farther across the concrete now. A thin black trail leading under the bins. Rick crouched beside it. That's new, Lena swallowed. Is something leaking? Rick followed the line again with the flashlight. It disappeared beneath the stack labeled 1 through 5. He stood slowly. We need to move those. My chest tightened. The rule flashed in my mind. Never enter Unit C19 alone. Rick glanced at me. You okay? Yeah, I said automatically, which wasn't true, but leaving now felt worse than staying. Rick grabbed the top bin. On 3, he said. Lena set her phone on the shelf so it could keep recording. 1, my hands felt numb. 2, Rick lifted. The plastic bin slid aside. Underneath it, the oil line widened, and the smell hit harder. Not just oil now. Something metallic, like hot steel. Rick moved the second bin, then the third. Under the stack sat a rectangular metal hatch built into the concrete floor. None of us spoke for a moment. The hatch had a handle, and fresh oil pooled around the seam. Rick crouched slowly. You ever seen this before? He asked. I shook my head. No, Lena's voice was barely audible. That wasn't on the building plans. Rick wiped his fingers along the oil and smelled them. Machine lubricant. From what machine? I asked. Rick didn't answer. He grabbed the hatch handle. Careful, Lena said. Rick pulled. The hatch lifted. Underneath was a ladder descending into darkness, and the smell poured out stronger than before. Hot oil, metal, and something else. Something mechanical humming faintly below. Rick aimed the flashlight down the shaft. The beam caught metal walls, pipes, and cables. running underground beneath the storage units. My brain tried to process that. This shouldn't be here. Rick looked at me. Apparently it is. Then the humming sound grew louder. Not louder exactly. Closer. Something moving below us. Slow, mechanical. Lena grabbed my arm. Owen, Rick whispered, back up. But before we could step away, the ladder rattled from below. Something was climbing, and the hatch door slammed shut behind us, locking us inside the unit. The sound from the ladder was small at first, metal tapping metal, a boot toe catching a rung, then another. Rick moved before I did. He shoved Lena back toward the side wall and stepped in front of the hatch, flashlight in one hand, the other on his holster, but not drawing yet. The beam trembled once across the open shaft and then steadied. "Sheriff's office," he barked down into the dark. "Stop where you are and identify yourself." The climbing stopped. For half a second, the entire unit held still. No creaking rollers, no cars on the county road, just the hum rising from below and the thin electric buzz from Lena's phone where it kept recording on the shelf. Then a man's voice floated up from the shaft. Rick, not panicked, not surprised, just annoyed, like he'd reached the top of a basement staircase and found people standing in his kitchen. Rick's face changed, not fear exactly, recognition. "Voss," he said. The voice below gave a short, humorless laugh. "That is really bad luck." Lena looked at me. I felt my stomach pull tight. So Daniel Voss was real. Not an empty name on a rental ledger. Not a dead lead. He was under our feet. Rick kept his stance. "Stay down there." "No." A hand appeared on the top rung. Big knuckles, greased dark at the cuticles. Then Daniel Voss pulled himself up into view. He was close to what Lena had described, tall, beard, maybe 40, but broader than I'd pictured, with the thick forearms of someone used to lifting pipe and wrenching on machinery. His gray work shirt was soaked dark under the arms and across the chest. He smelled like the unit smelled: hot oil, stale concrete, metal dust. There was a flashlight strapped to his head, and a pair of cut, resistant gloves hooked through his belt. And in his right hand, low by his leg, he held a short black pry bar. Rick drew then, not dramatic, just fast and practiced. "Drop it." Daniel froze halfway out of the shaft. His eyes flicked past Rick to me, then to Lena, then to the shut roll-up door behind us. "I'm not here for you," he said. "That's comforting," Lena snapped. "Drop the bar," Rick repeated. Daniel stayed where he was, one boot on the top rung, shoulders tight. "You weren't supposed to open this unit." The sentence hit harder than it should have. Not because of what it meant, because of how tired he sounded saying it. Like we'd interrupted a routine that had worked for a long time. Rick said, "You cut the power." Daniel looked at him. "Yeah, why?" "So the cameras wouldn't show me leaving, not entering." He was already in the system under the facility. My brain caught up in ugly pieces. The hatch, the oil, the note, the rule book. Warren knew. Not everything, maybe, but enough. Daniel seemed to read some of that on my face. "You're the nephew." I didn't answer. He nodded once, like confirming a measurement. He should have sold when he had the chance. Rick said, "Bar, now." Daniel's grip tightened. "And then what? You drag me out through the office. Call in county, state, have half the town watch. This is the part where that stops being your preference." Daniel gave another tiny laugh, breathier this time. "You still talk like everybody wants the neat version." Then everything broke at once. A sharp metallic crack sounded from outside the unit, near the door track. Rick's head twitched toward it for one split second. Daniel moved. He lunged up out of the hatch, not at Rick's gun hand, but at the flashlight, smashing it sideways with the pry bar. The beam flew wild across the ceiling and went out. Rick fired once into the concrete by the shaft with a deafening blast that made Lena scream and my ears ring instantly. Daniel slammed into him chest first. The gun clattered away under the shelf. The space inside C-19 was too small for anything clean. It turned into blunt force and noise. Rick hit the side wall hard. Daniel swung the pry bar again. It clipped Rick's shoulder instead of his head and made a dull, sick sound. Lena grabbed for her phone and yelled, "Owen!" I moved because there was no time to think about whether I was the kind of person who moved. The top plastic bin was still by my knee from where we'd shifted the stack. I caught it with both hands and shoved it as hard as I could into Daniel's side. It wasn't elegant, just 40 pounds of cheap plastic and whatever was packed inside it driving into his ribs. He staggered, cursed, and the pry bar skidded from his hand. Rick hit him low, wrapping his arms around Daniel's waist and driving him backward toward the open hatch. Daniel was stronger, strong enough that for one awful second I thought Rick had just given him leverage. Then Daniel's heel slipped in the oil around the seam. All three of us saw it happen. His boot slid. His balance went. He caught himself on the ladder frame with one hand and twisted, but Rick went down with him halfway, the two of them slamming against the hatch, edge hard enough to make the whole metal collar ring. Lena darted for Rick's gun under the shelf. Daniel saw that and let go of Rick to grab her ankle. She went down on one knee with a cracked gasp, palms scraping the concrete. The phone flew from her hand and hit the floor face up, still recording. The camera pointed crookedly at the ceiling. I lunged for the pry bar. My fingers closed around cold metal just as Daniel yanked Lena toward the hatch. Rick was trying to stand, his left arm hanging wrong now, shoulder useless. He grabbed Daniel's shirt from behind and got a fistful of fabric instead of the man. Lena kicked backward wildly, heel connecting with Daniel's jaw. He grunted, loosened for a second. I had the bar in my hands, and I froze, not from not knowing what to do, from knowing exactly what doing it would mean. Hit him. Hit a man in the head in a dark storage unit while he drags your employee toward a hole in the floor. My whole life I had lived in the gap before impact. In that little room where maybe there's another way, maybe if you talk softer, maybe if you wait one more second, the ugly thing will solve itself and you won't have to become the person who makes contact. Daniel's hand found Lena's shirt again. She screamed my name this time, not loud, not dramatic, just raw and furious. So I swung. I didn't aim for his head. I couldn't. I brought the pry bar down two-handed into his forearm. The crack he made wasn't a scream. It was a clipped animal sound of surprise and pain. His grip opened. Lena ripped free and scrambled backward, dragging one leg wrong. Daniel rolled toward me instead. He hit my knees like a tackle, and I went over hard, the back of my skull bouncing off concrete in a bright white flash that turned the room into static. The pry bar flew out of my hands. Air vanished from my chest. He was on top of me before I'd filled my lungs again. Up close, he looked wrecked. Eyes bloodshot, beard damp with sweat, a little cut at his hairline leaking into one eyebrow. Not a monster, worse, just a man committed past the point where anybody else's body still registered as real. "You don't know what's under here," he said, breath hot and metallic. You don't know what he kept going. I shoved at him and got nowhere. Then Lena was there with the disc lock from the unit door, swinging it by the shackle like a fist-sized flail. It hit Daniel in the cheekbone with a wet thud. He reared sideways. She hit him again. Rick got to his knees, found the dropped gun, and pointed it with his good arm. Stop. This time his voice was quiet. Daniel looked at the muzzle, then at the hatch, then at all of us. Blood ran from the corner of his mouth into his beard. You shoot me in here, he said to Rick, breathing hard. You still have the same problem. Rick's face had gone gray under the tan. Sweat ran down from his hairline. He was hurt badly enough now that every breath moved carefully through him. What problem? I managed. Daniel laughed once and spat blood onto the floor. The units that shouldn't be opened. The people who hear things and get curious. The inventory your uncle never put on paper. Continuity. He looked at me again. Think he was protecting tenants. He jerked his chin toward the shaft. He was containing fallout. The words landed and stayed there. Not because I fully understood them, because I believed he believed them. Rick said, hands where I can see them. Daniel slowly raised both hands. Outside, somewhere near the front of the property, a car horn blared 3 quick times. Daniel's eyes flicked toward the sound. Then he smiled, small, ugly, certain. Rick saw it too late. The roll-up door exploded inward. Not the whole door, just the right side track giving way with a shower of bolts and bent metal. The curtain slammed crooked, half dropping, half hanging. Bright daylight tore into the unit, along with a man in a Navy mechanic's coverall, carrying a heavy bolt cutter like a club. For one stupid second, my brain tried to classify him as just another tenant. Then he swung at Rick. The cutter caught Rick in the ribs and sent him into the wall. The gun fired again, the shot punching into the ceiling. Dust sprayed down. Lena pulled me sideways by the shirt. Move. We dove behind the shifted bins as the second man came forward. He was younger than Daniel, maybe 30s, shaved head, thick neck, safety glasses shoved up on his forehead. He moved like someone who'd rehearsed spaces like this, using the chaos of the broken door and the confined floor plan on purpose. So that was it, not one man. At least 2. A whole hidden system, maybe more. The younger man went for Daniel first. Come on. Daniel pushed up from the floor, one arm already swelling where I'd hit him. Rick tried to rise and couldn't. The younger man turned the bolt cutter toward us. Stay down. Lena grabbed my wrist so hard it hurt. Her nails bit into skin. She was shaking. So was I then. My gaze hit the shelf. The notebook still sat there. Warren's rulebook, flipped partly open from the struggle. And beside it, on the lower shelf, the cheap aerosol can of wasp spray from the office, the one I'd brought earlier and forgotten after checking a nest under the eaves that morning. A stupid object, normal, ordinary. My hand closed around it. The younger man stepped toward the hatch, trying to back Daniel down the ladder. He wanted retreat, not a fight. That mattered. I stood up and sprayed him in the face. The stream hit his eyes, his nose, his mouth. He dropped the cutter instantly and folded with both hands clawing at his face, screaming in a way that made the small unit feel even smaller. Daniel lunged for the spray. Lena shoved the metal chair into his knees. He stumbled. Rick, still on one knee, drove his shoulder into Daniel's hips with everything he had left. It wasn't enough to knock him clean out, but it was enough to redirect him. Daniel crashed sideways into the open hatch frame. His bad arm hit first, then his ribs. Then he went down the ladder backward. Not far. 6, maybe 8 feet before he hit a landing or a pipe with a clang that I felt in my teeth. He screamed once, and the sound changed shape halfway through into wet, choking breaths. Everyone froze. The younger man was on the ground rubbing at his eyes, blind and sobbing curses. Lena limped toward the dropped bolt cutter and kicked it away. Rick held the gun on the shaft now, shaking hard. No one came back up. I edged closer, every part of me resisting it, and looked down. Daniel lay twisted on a narrow metal landing below, one leg trapped under him at the wrong angle, head against the wall, chest moving fast but shallow. Alive, not getting up. The humming below was louder with the hatch fully open, a mechanical throb from farther down the tunnel. I aimed my phone flashlight past him. Pipes, yes. Cables, yes. And a narrow service corridor extending under the row, with branching doors or cut-throughs at intervals, each marked in white paint. Unit numbers, a way into multiple lockers, a way to move unseen, a way to stage noises, open doors, cut power, get close to tenants and their property without ever coming through the gate. Continuity. My uncle had known enough to build rules around behavior because he hadn't been able or hadn't dared to expose the whole thing yet. Or maybe he'd tried. And this was what trying got you in Brookville when too many people knew each other. And every official fix came with a cousin, a drinking buddy, a warning passed back the wrong direction. Rick inhaled sharply through his teeth and lowered the gun a fraction. Lena, he said, call it in. Everybody, county, EMS, whoever answers first, use my name. I already am. Her voice was wrecked but steady. She had one hand on her phone, the other braced on the wall, because she could barely keep weight off her left ankle. The younger man rolled onto his side, still whimpering, both eyes clamped shut and streaming. I slid down the wall and sat on the concrete because my legs had stopped being reliable. My hands were black with grease. One knuckle was split. The back of my head pulsed with every heartbeat. Across from me, the ruined door hung crooked in its tracks, daylight slicing into the unit in a sharp diagonal that made floating dust look almost pretty. Rick leaned against the shelf and looked older all at once. His left shoulder sagged. Blood had soaked through the side of his uniform shirt where the cutter had caught him. He saw me looking and said, with a grim little breath, "Pretty sure nothing's broken that can't be unpleasantly confirmed later." Lena laughed once and then pressed her lips together because it hurt too much. No one spoke for a minute. Outside, distant at first, then growing, came the sound of sirens. Daniel heard them too. From below, in a voice gone smaller now, he said, "He didn't tell you everything." I believed that too. That was the part that would stay with me longer than the blood, or the noise, or the way the unit smelled. Not that there had been hidden tunnels under the place. Not even that my uncle had known. It was that he had turned knowledge into procedure and left it for the next person like a family recipe for surviving a problem that had already outlived him. Rick kept the gun on the hatch. Lena stayed on the phone, and I sat in the concrete dust of Unit C-19, looking at the black notebook on the shelf, knowing with a cold, practical certainty that inheriting the facility had not been the beginning of my trouble. It had been me stepping into the middle of something already in motion. By the time the paramedics got to me, I was shivering. not dramatically, not movie-style chatter, just that ugly, involuntary trembling that starts in the forearms and works its way inward after your body decides the worst part is over and would now like to bill you for it. They sat me on the curb outside the office with an ice pack wrapped in a blue shop towel and asked me the same questions in 3 slightly different ways. What's your name? Owen Mercer. What day is it? Tuesday. Did you lose consciousness? I don't know, maybe for a second. That means we're going to say yes until a doctor says no. The storage facility looked wrong in the late afternoon light. Too active, too many people moving through it at once. 2 sheriff's cruisers, an ambulance, a county utility truck, and then later a state police SUV with no markings on the side except a thin antenna and tinted windows. Yellow scene tape stretched across the lane in front of C building. The ruined door of C-19 hung crooked and mangled, one side peeled off its track like a can lid. The whole place had the stripped, public feeling a private disaster gets once enough uniforms arrive. Lena was on the opposite curb with her left ankle elevated on a folded blanket. One of the EMTs had wrapped it and given her an ice pack too. She kept answering questions with clipped precision, then apologizing for sounding rude, then getting visibly irritated when people told her that was okay. Rick was inside the ambulance getting his ribs strapped and his shoulder immobilized. I could see him through the open rear doors, sitting shirtless on the bench, while a medic taped gauze along the side of his chest. He had gone pale in a steady, disciplined way that scared me more than yelling would have. The younger accomplice, the man from the door, sat handcuffed in the back of a cruiser, with both eyes flushed and bandaged after being rinsed for the spray. Daniel Voss had been carried up from the hatch on a basket stretcher, neck braced, face gray with pain and fury. I watched them load him into a second ambulance. He turned his head once as they passed the office and looked straight at me. Not a threat exactly, not a plea, more like recognition, as if we now belonged to the same ugly fact. A female deputy with a notebook stood in front of me and said, "Mr. Mercer, I need you to walk me through the sequence one more time from when you first opened the unit." I looked past her towards C-19. I already did. I know. I just need it cleaner. Nothing about the day felt cleaner, but I understood what she meant. A statement that could be typed, filed, compared, so I told it again. The 4-inch gap in the door. Lena finding my uncle's note in the software. The notebook in the unit. The smell. The oil. The hidden hatch. The power cut. The utility box. The reopened unit. The ladder. Daniel. The second man coming through the door. When I got to the part where I hit Daniel with the pry bar, I slowed down. The deputy noticed. "You acted to protect another person from immediate harm," she said. "I know what it was." That came out sharper than I intended. She nodded once and wrote something down without reacting. That almost made me feel worse. When she moved on to talk to Lena, I sat with the melting ice pack pressed to the back of my head and watched the facility I had been trying to sell become, in the span of 2 hours, the kind of property people talked about in lowered voices at gas stations. There were technicians in coveralls now, carrying cases down into the shaft below C-19. The state police people had taken over that part. One of them was a woman in plain clothes and rubber gloves, hair pinned up, moving with the careful confidence of someone who had seen much stranger things than hidden corridors under self-storage units. Men were photographing the ladder, the oil stains, the broken track, the utility box at the gate. Every few minutes somebody carried up something bagged and tagged. No one showed us everything, but they didn't have to. You could infer a lot from the way people's faces settled when they came back into daylight. Just after sunset, after they finally convinced me to get checked at the hospital, and I refused until they were done asking the main questions, one of the state investigators came over. He introduced himself as Evan Shore, 41, male, with the neutral manners of someone whose real work happened after other people stopped talking. He wore a windbreaker over a button-down shirt and held a folder he never opened while speaking to me. "Mr. Mercer," he said, "I can't go into active investigative details, but I can tell you this doesn't appear to be a random trespass situation." I almost laughed. "No, we found a service corridor extending beneath portions of buildings B and C. It appears to predate your ownership." "My ownership started 9 days ago." He gave a tiny nod. "Understood. Did my uncle know?" His expression didn't change. "We're looking into what he knew and when." That was an answer, just not a kind one. Lena, still on the curb with her wrapped ankle, said, "That means yes." Shore glanced at her. "That means we're looking into it." She looked like she wanted to keep going. I was grateful when she didn't. He asked for access to the office records, physical notebooks, lease files, gate logs, and camera backups. I gave it. Of course I did. There was no version of the next week that involved me denying anyone anything. Then he said, "There's one more thing." And I knew from his tone I wouldn't like it. "We've recovered indications that the corridor was used to access multiple units over time. We don't yet know the full scope. You should prepare for contact from tenants once that process begins." I stared at him. Contact meaning what? Questions, claims, attorneys, potentially. The word sat there like a dropped tool, because there it was, beneath the blood and the sirens and the hidden tunnel, the practical future, the one that arrives no matter how strange the day has been. Insurance carriers, civil liability, local news, people wanting to know if anyone had been inside their unit without permission. People realizing the answer might be yes. My everyday motive, keep the place stable long enough to sell it, avoid humiliating myself, looked almost childish now. A neat little plan left on a table after the house caught fire. I said, "Understood." He moved on. Lena watched him go and muttered, "I hate men who talk like staplers." That got a sound out of me that was almost a laugh. She looked over, saw the expression on my face, and softened. "You need stitches?" she asked. "I don't know. You definitely look like you need stitches. Your bedside manner is incredible. It's part-time only." That little exchange helped more than it should have. They finally took us to the emergency room in Brookville, a small one, bright and over-rare conditioned, where every sound seemed too crisp after the muffled metal acoustics of the storage buildings. The automatic doors opened with a sigh. Somebody wheeled Daniel past us in the opposite direction under guard, and I looked away before he could look at me again. A doctor told me I had a mild concussion, a scalp contusion, and a split knuckle that needed cleaning, but not stitches. Lena's ankle wasn't broken, just badly sprained. Rick had 2 cracked ribs, a deep bruise across his side, and a partially dislocated shoulder that they reduced while he bit down on a folded towel and swore exactly once. By 10:30 that night, we were all discharged because small town hospitals are built on the assumption that if you're not actively dying, somebody you know can suffer beside you at home. Lena drove my truck because I still got dizzy when I turned my head too fast. Her ankle was wrapped, so she drove with her left foot planted stiff and her jaw clenched every time she had to brake. Rick followed in his cruiser because none of us liked the idea of anyone being alone yet, even if we didn't say that out loud. We didn't go back to the facility first. None of us wanted to see it in the dark. Instead, we stopped at my uncle's house, which I had been staying in since the funeral because it came with the property, and because grief makes people practical in weird ways. The house sat 10 minutes from the storage facility on a side road lined with sycamores. Single-story ranch, brown siding, porch light on a timer. Inside it smelled faintly of old coffee, cedar closet blocks, and the dish soap my uncle had used for 20 years because he considered switching brands a sign of weakness. Lena lowered herself into one of the kitchen chairs with a hiss and put her ankle up on another. Rick stood at the sink, swallowing pain pills with tap water. I opened the freezer, found a bag of peas, and held it against my hand because that seemed like something a functioning adult would do. For a while, none of us said much. The kitchen clock ticked. The refrigerator motor hummed. My uncle's yellow notepad still sat by the phone with a list in his handwriting. Bank/gate, text/call Rick/bugbait. Normal dead man remnants. The kind that feel unbearable because they were written before the world split into before and after. Finally, Lena said he knew enough to leave warnings. Rick leaned one hand on the counter. Looks like it. That's not the same as being part of it, I said too quickly. Neither of them answered right away, which told me exactly how that sounded. I sat down with the peas against my knuckles and stared at the table. I don't mean, I exhaled. I know how it sounds. He was difficult, private, stubborn. But he wasn't. A criminal, Rick said. I nodded. Rick rubbed at his face with his good hand. Owen, people can know something bad is attached to them without becoming the bad thing. They can also make terrible decisions trying to manage it quietly. That felt closer to the truth than anything else I'd heard all day, and I hated it because it left room for moral cowardice, which is much harder to defend than clean innocence. Lena said he could have been afraid. Of who? She looked at me. You saw there were at least 2 of them. At least 2. That phrase stayed with me. Not because it proved there were more, because it admitted the possibility and then refused to comfort me about it. I got up and went to the hall closet where my uncle kept old ledgers and maintenance manuals. I knew where the black composition notebooks were now. Knew too well. I brought the latest stack to the table and started reading. Lena watched me for a minute. You sure tonight is the night? No, I said, which is probably why it has to be. So we read. Not every page, not cover to cover. We were too tired for that, but enough. Entries about delinquent accounts. Salt for the ice in winter. Replace camera at bureau. Daniel Voss paid cash. Then stranger notes once you knew how to see them. A pattern of small precautions disguised as routine management. Keep vacant unit between B12 and B13 if possible. Do not store master keys in office overnight. If tenant reports scratching inside wall, relocate if they insist. Do not inspect after dark. Replace lock at C19 personally. And then, tucked 6 weeks before my uncle went into the hospital for the last time, tried calling shore. No return. Need continuity if anything happens before inspection. Rules work better than explanations. People follow fear faster than nuance. I slid the notebook across to Rick. He read it twice and gave a tired, unhappy nod. So he was trying to get someone's attention, I said. Looks like it. Sure, Lena said. The investigator tonight, probably. The kitchen went quiet again. That helped, more than I expected it to. Not because it absolved my uncle. It didn't. He had still chosen secrecy, still left a functioning business above a hidden criminal corridor, still handed me a life with a trapdoor in it. But the note made him legible in a human way. Frightened, practical, out of time. A man trying to turn danger into procedure, because procedure was the only language he trusted. Around midnight, Rick left, promising he'd have patrols swing by both my house and the facility. Lena refused my offer to sleep on the couch, and then accepted it 10 minutes later when she stood up too fast and almost threw up from the pain pills. I gave her my aunt's old quilt and took the armchair in the living room because lying flat made my head pound. The house settled around us. Pipes clicked. A train moved somewhere far off in the dark. I did not sleep much. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard the roll-up door slam. Not as memory exactly, as anticipation, my body waiting for it again. In the morning, sunlight made everything look thinner and less convincing. The fear wasn't gone, but it had less theatrical shape. It became paperwork, coffee, calls. I had 9 voicemails, 2 from insurance, 1 from a local reporter, 3 from numbers I didn't know, 1 from a tenant asking whether the facility would still be open for access today, 1 from a woman crying before she even reached the point of the message, 1 from a lawyer's office asking me to return a call regarding property access concerns. Normal reality had returned with a clipboard and a billable hour. By noon, the facility entrance had a temporary county seal on it, and no one was allowed past the tape without authorization. A cleanup company had removed the obvious blood. The yellow scene tape fluttered in the mild breeze. From the road, if you didn't look closely, Mercer Safe Storage almost looked open for business. That was the worst part. How fast a place can begin pretending. Over the next few days, I gave more statements. So did Lena. So did Rick. Investigators pulled lease files, copied notebooks, and brought in surveyors who discovered the underground access had originally been built decades earlier as a service trench for utilities, and then illegally expanded, section by section, into something useful for people who wanted to move through the facility unseen. Not magic, not impossible, just labor, time, and secrecy. Daniel Voss survived. So did his accomplice. There were charges, more than I could keep track of: burglary, assault, tampering, conspiracy, maybe others. The papers would eventually sort them into columns. Some tenants were furious. Some were frightened. Some wanted to move out immediately. Some, surprisingly, were only interested in whether their rates would go up because of all this mess. People are ordinary even when their privacy has been violated in subterranean ways. Maybe especially then. I decided not to sell the facility. That surprised everyone, including me. At first, it wasn't noble. It was stubbornness. A rejection of being run out of something by men who had crawled underneath it for years and called that control. Then it became simpler than that. I couldn't hand it off. Not before the corridor was sealed, not before every unit was inspected, not before every tenant got a straight answer from me, however ugly that answer was. Confrontation did not get easier. It just stopped being avoidable. I learned how to make calls I hated, how to stand in the office while people yelled, how to say, "Yes, I understand why you're upset," and mean it without folding. Lena stayed, partly, I think, because she is either loyal or clinically curious about disasters. Probably both. Rick still came by, moving slower for a few weeks, ribs wrapped under his uniform, making dry comments about my suddenly intense interest in perimeter lighting. We installed new cameras, better ones, battery backup, tamper alerts, motion sensors along the back fence, and over every row entrance. The county sealed the corridor access points they found. The ones they found. That's the subtle thread, I guess. The crack that stayed. 3 weeks after the arrest, after the tape came down, and the first normal-looking Saturday returned to the facility, I was in the office alone closing up. The evening was cool. Someone in B row was loading plastic Christmas tubs into a minivan, even though it was only October. The vending machine made its tired hum. I had almost convinced myself the place had accepted its own repaired version. Then camera 7 flickered, just once. A brief shimmer in the corner of the frame, the same kind I'd noticed on my first day. The new camera was hardwired, newly installed, tested twice. I stared at the monitor until my eyes watered. Nothing moved, no shadow, no person, no animal. Just the empty lane by C row, clean concrete, closed blue doors, and a faint evening light settling over the metal roofs. Probably a loose connection, I told myself. Probably. I locked the office, checked the gate, and stood for a minute in the cooling air, listening to the ordinary sounds of the place. A truck on the road, insects in the weeds, the far-off clank of someone dropping a unit latch. Then I went back inside and added a new line to the rule book before I could talk myself out of it. Not because I wanted to become my uncle, because sometimes procedure is what you write down when certainty is unavailable, and other people will have to stand where you stood. I wrote, if camera 7 flickers, verify in person with someone else present. Then I closed the notebook and locked it in the office safe. And that's the end of today's chilling tale. If you enjoyed this story and want more nights full of suspense, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and turn on the bell so you never miss a scare. I've got plenty more stories waiting for you, so stick around and check out the other videos on the channel. Thanks for watching, and until next time, stay safe and don't look behind you. Hey friends, it's your girl Mia. This is Mia Horror Stories, and tonight's story, True Grave Digger Horror Story from the Midnight Shift, is told in darkness. The screen will stay black, so you can simply listen, imagine, and feel every moment without distraction. Trust me, the build-up matters, and the ending is where the real chill hides. So don't look away, and don't leave early. The first strange thing I noticed that night was the smell. Not the usual cemetery smell, damp dirt, wilted flowers, the faint chemical tang of embalming fluid that sometimes clings to coffins. I was used to all that. When you dig graves for a living, you stop noticing it after a while, the same way mechanics stop noticing motor oil. This smell was different. Burnt plastic, just a thin thread of it drifting through the air. I paused with my shovel halfway through another scoop of wet clay and sniffed again, trying to place it. The cemetery around me was quiet, except for the distant hum of highway traffic somewhere beyond the trees. My headlamp cut a white cone through the darkness, catching the edges of headstones and the low iron fence that separated the older plots from the newer section. Burnt plastic didn't belong here. I looked around the graveyard again, slow and careful. Nothing. No smoke. No flicker of light. No cars creeping along the gravel road that wound through the property. Just rows of stones, the night air, and the steady chirp of crickets. After a moment, I shrugged and drove the shovel into the dirt again. But the smell stayed. My name is Daniel Mercer, 36 years old, male, and for the last 8 years, I've worked as a grave digger at Ridgewood Memorial Cemetery, just outside Columbus, Ohio. It's not a job people usually choose. Most fall into it, the way I did through a cousin who knew a guy who needed someone willing to work odd hours and didn't ask many questions. I used to do landscaping before that. Then construction. Nothing steady. When the cemetery job came along, it paid better than mowing lawns, and it came with health insurance, which felt like hitting the lottery. The midnight shift wasn't glamorous, but it had its perks. Fewer funerals to deal with. Fewer grieving families watching you lower their loved ones into the ground. Just dirt, quiet, and the slow rhythm of work. Still, digging graves alone at night messes with your head sometimes. You start noticing things. Sounds in the trees, shadows where there shouldn't be shadows, and sometimes smells that don't belong. A truck door slammed somewhere behind me. The noise cracked across the cemetery like a gunshot. Danny, I turned toward the voice. The beam of my headlamp caught Rick Donnelly, 48, male, trudging across the grass, with his hands stuffed into the pockets of a heavy Carhartt jacket. Rick was the night supervisor, though supervisor mostly meant he kept the paperwork straight and made sure we didn't screw up burial plots. Rick had the thick shoulders of a man who'd done manual labor his entire life and the permanent squint of someone who smoked too many cigarettes. He stopped beside the grave I was working on and peered down into the hole. "How deep are you?" 5 feet 8, I said. He grunted. "You'll need another 4 inches. Already planned on it." Rick nodded slowly, then glanced around the cemetery. "You smell that?" I blinked. "Yeah," I said. "Thought it was just me." "Plastic," he muttered. "Exactly." Rick rubbed the back of his neck and looked toward the tree line bordering the far side of the cemetery. The beam of his flashlight skimmed across the trunks of old oak trees that had probably been there longer than any of us. "You see smoke?" "Nope, me neither." He stood there for a few seconds longer, scanning the darkness like he expected something to step out of it. Then he shrugged. "Probably somebody burning trash down by the service road," he said. "Wind's carrying it over, maybe." But the service road sat almost half a mile away. Still, the explanation felt good enough to keep working. Rick pulled a pack of cigarettes from his jacket and tapped one loose. "You hear about the morning burial?" he asked. "The one for the police officer?" "Yeah, hard to miss." Rick lit the cigarette and leaned against a headstone, careful not to put weight on it. "Big turnout expected. Departments sending a whole motorcade. That's why we're digging at midnight." "Exactly." I nodded. Funeral homes sometimes scheduled early morning burials when families wanted the service before noon. In those cases, the grave had to be ready before sunrise, which meant someone had to dig it overnight, which meant me. Another pair of headlights swept across the cemetery road. A moment later, a small utility vehicle rolled toward us, its electric motor humming quietly. Behind the wheel was Lena Alvarez, 29, female, the newest employee at Ridgewood. She parked near the open grave and hopped out, pulling a wool cap down over her dark hair. "You guys smell that," she said immediately. Rick exhaled smoke through his nose. "Yeah, we've established that. It's getting stronger," she said. She wasn't wrong. The scent of burnt plastic had thickened enough that it left a faint scratch in the back of my throat. Lena walked to the edge of the grave and looked down. "Jesus," she muttered. "What? You're deep. That's the idea," she grinned. "I know, I still haven't gotten used to seeing them like this." "Seeing what?" "Holes waiting for people." Rick chuckled quietly. "You will," he said. Lena shook her head. "I don't know. Something about it still creeps me out." That was one of the reasons Rick liked her. Most people who worked here stopped feeling that way pretty quickly. Lena hadn't. Yet, we stood there for a minute, listening. The cemetery at night isn't silent the way people imagine. There's always noise, wind brushing through trees, insects, the occasional owl. Tonight something else layered itself into that soundscape. A faint electrical buzzing. I frowned. "You hear that?" I asked. Rick tilted his head. "Yeah," Lena looked around. "Where's that coming from?" The sound was subtle but steady, like a transformer humming somewhere nearby. Except Ridgewood didn't have any electrical equipment out in this section of the cemetery. Just dirt and stones. Rick flicked ash into the grass. "Probably the utility shed," he said. "That's the opposite direction," Lena said. He glanced at her. "You sure?" "Yeah." She pointed toward the far edge of the cemetery. "The shed's that way." The buzzing continued. I climbed out of the grave and brushed dirt from my gloves. "Hold on." I switched off my headlamp. The darkness swallowed us instantly. For a few seconds, none of us moved, and without the lamp's glare in my eyes, the buzzing became clearer. Definitely electrical, and definitely coming from somewhere beyond the tree line. Rick flicked his flashlight back on. "You think somebody dumped something out there?" he asked. "Like what?" Lena said. "Generator, maybe." "Why would someone run a generator in the woods behind a cemetery at midnight?" Rick shrugged. "People do weird stuff." That was true. In the past few years, we'd caught teenagers drinking, couples having sex in parked cars, and once a guy trying to dig up a grave because he thought someone had buried jewelry with the body. So yeah, people did weird stuff. I turned my headlamp back on. "Let me finish the grave," I said. "Then we can check it out." Rick nodded. "Good plan." Lena crossed her arms, looking toward the trees again. The burnt plastic smell drifted thicker now, almost oily. I climbed back into the grave and started digging again. Shovel, lift, toss. The dirt hit the growing pile beside the hole with a dull thump. Shovel, lift, toss. Rick smoked quietly while Lena sat on the back of the utility cart. The buzzing continued, and the smell kept getting stronger. After 10 minutes, Lena spoke again. "You know what it smells like?" "What?" Rick asked. "Reheated electronics." I paused, like a computer melting. Rick glanced toward the trees again. "That's oddly specific." "My brother fried his gaming PC once," she said. "Same smell." I leaned on the shovel. The idea of electronics burning out in the woods didn't make sense. But the smell fit too well. The shovel hit something. Not rock, not wood, metal. The sound rang sharp and hollow through the grave. I froze. Rick straightened. "What was that?" I crouched and brushed dirt away with my glove. The metal surface underneath was smooth, flat, and definitely not part of a coffin. Coffins didn't sit this shallow. "Danny," Lena said, "hold on." I scraped more dirt away. A rectangular edge emerged, maybe 2 feet across. Rick stepped closer. "What the hell is that?" "Don't know yet." The buzzing sound grew louder, not by much, but enough to notice. I uncovered more of the object. It looked like a metal case. Industrial. Sealed tight. Lena slid off the cart and approached slowly. "Was that in the burial paperwork?" she asked. "No," Rick said immediately. "Could it be part of an old grave?" "No," Rick's voice was firm. "This section was cleared 15 years ago." I ran my hand across the metal surface. Warm, warmer than the surrounding dirt should have been. And underneath my palm, a faint vibration. The buzzing sound. Rick crouched beside the grave. "Is that thing running?" "Feels like it." The burnt plastic smell surged again, thicker now. Lena covered her nose. "That's definitely electronics." Rick stared at the metal case, then at me. "Okay," he said slowly. "Here's the question." He gestured toward the object buried in the grave. "Do we keep digging and find out what this thing is, or do we call the sheriff and let them deal with it?" The buzzing continued, soft, steady, waiting. And for a moment, none of us answered. For a few seconds, nobody moved. The buzzing from the metal case hummed through the dirt like a trapped insect. Not loud, but constant. Persistent. Rick crouched beside the grave and stared down at it. "Okay," he said quietly. "Let's slow down." Lena shifted beside him, arms folded tight against the cold. "That thing shouldn't be there," she said. "No kidding." Rick rubbed his jaw and looked at me. "You sure that's not part of a vault system?" "No," I said. "Vaults are concrete, and they sit lower." The box was only about 4 feet beneath the surface. Too shallow for a burial vault, too clean to be old infrastructure. And it was warm. That bothered me more than anything. Rick shined his flashlight deeper into the hole. "How big is it?" "Hard to tell yet," I said. "Maybe 3 feet long." "Metal?" "Yeah, sealed. Looks like it." Lena crouched at the edge of the grave. "You said it was vibrating." I pressed my glove to the surface again. "Still warm, still humming." "Yeah," Rick let out a slow breath. "All right." He stood and pulled his phone from his jacket. "Nope," Lena said immediately. Rick paused. "What?" "You call the sheriff. We're done for the night." Rick blinked. "Yeah, that's the point." "No," she said. "It's not." She gestured toward the open grave. "You think the police are going to let us finish digging once they see this?" Rick didn't answer. Because we all knew the answer. No. The entire section would become a crime scene. Tape, floodlights, detectives. Which meant the grave for tomorrow's funeral wouldn't be ready. And the morning burial was for a Columbus police officer. That kind of delay didn't stay quiet. Rick looked at the ground. Damn. I climbed out of the grave and leaned the shovel against the mound of dirt. "We could move it," I said. Both of them looked at me. "What?" Lena said. "If it's just equipment someone buried out here illegally, we dig it up and move it somewhere else." Rick frowned. "Somewhere else where? Maintenance shed." "And then what?" "Then we call the sheriff." Rick shook his head slowly. "That's tampering. Not if we're just clearing debris from the grave site." He stared at the metal case again. "Danny, that thing is running." "Yeah, equipment doesn't bury itself," I shrugged. "Maybe somebody dumped it." Lena spoke quietly. "People hide things in cemeteries." Rick glanced at her. "What do you mean?" "My uncle used to be a cop in Phoenix," she said. "He told me dealers sometimes stash drugs in graveyards. Nobody wants to search graves." Rick's face tightened. "You think that's drugs?" "No idea," she said. "But whatever it is, it's not supposed to be here." The buzzing grew slightly louder, not dramatically, but enough to make the air feel tighter. Rick sighed. "Let's expose it first," he said, "then decide." Digging around the case took another 15 minutes. The dirt was damp and heavy, clinging to the shovel blade. The smell of burnt plastic kept drifting in waves, stronger now, almost chemical. Lena stood above us, holding a flashlight while Rick and I worked the edges of the hole wider. Eventually, the full shape of the object came into view. It was bigger than we thought, about 4 feet long, 2 feet wide, a thick metal casing with recessed handles on each side, industrial gray. Lena whistled softly. "That's not drugs." "No," Rick said. "That's equipment." "Like what?" Rick didn't answer right away. He climbed down into the grave beside me and brushed dirt off one corner. A small panel sat on the top surface, and inside it, a blinking red LED. Slow, steady. The three of us stared at it. Blink, blink, blink. Rick spoke first. "Okay." His voice was suddenly very calm. "That changes things." Lena swallowed. "That's not good, right?" "No." Rick stepped back and climbed out of the grave. "Everybody out." I followed. Lena backed away from the edge. Rick looked at the blinking light again, then at me. "How warm is it?" "Warm." "Hot?" "No." He rubbed his temples. "Jesus Christ." Lena shifted nervously. "What if it's just a battery pack?" Rick laughed once. Short, sharp. "Yeah, maybe." But he didn't sound convinced. Neither was I. Rick finally dialed the sheriff's office. He put the phone on speaker. The line rang twice before someone answered. Franklin County Sheriff's Department. Rick cleared his throat. "Hi, this is Rick Donnelly with Ridgewood Memorial Cemetery." "Yes, we, found something buried in a grave plot." "What kind of something?" Rick looked at the case. Metal container, about 4 feet long. Pause. "Is it part of a burial vault?" "No." "Is it leaking anything?" "No." Rick hesitated, then said it. "There's a blinking light on it." Silence. Then the dispatcher's tone changed. "Sir, do not touch that object." "We haven't." "Are you at a safe distance?" "About 10 feet." "Move farther away." Rick gestured for us to step back. We walked toward the gravel road. "How long has it been there?" the dispatcher asked. "Just uncovered it 10 minutes ago." "Is it making noise?" Rick looked at me. "Buzzing," I said quietly. "Yeah," Rick told the dispatcher. "Electrical humming." Another pause. "Deputies are being dispatched. Bomb squad is also en route." Lena whispered something under her breath. Rick's eyes closed briefly. "How long?" he asked. "Approximately 40 minutes. Rick's shoulders sagged. 40. "Yes, sir." Rick ended the call. Nobody spoke for a moment. Then Lena said what we were all thinking. "It's a bomb." Rick shook his head. "Don't jump to that. It has a blinking light. That could mean anything. Bombs mean anything too." Rick paced a few steps across the gravel. "Look, it might be construction equipment." "What kind of construction equipment gets buried under a grave?" Lena asked. Rick didn't answer. The buzzing sound continued, and the smell kept building. Rick finally said, "Okay, here's the problem." He pointed toward the open grave. "That burial happens at 9 a.m., so." Lena said, "If this becomes a bomb investigation, they shut down the whole cemetery." "Shouldn't they?" "Yes," Rick said quietly. "But that officer's family will be standing here tomorrow morning expecting a burial." Nobody argued with that, because none of us wanted to picture it. Rows of uniformed police officers, the flag, the casket, and no grave. Rick rubbed his forehead. 40 minutes, he muttered. Then he looked at the box again. The blinking light reflected faintly in his eyes. Blink. Blink, blink, Lena spoke quietly. "You're not thinking what I think you're thinking." Rick didn't answer. "Rick," she said, "if that thing is a bomb, I know what bombs are." "Then why are you looking at it like that?" Rick exhaled slowly. "Because I used to be Army. That got my attention." Lena blinked. "What?" "EOD support unit," he said. Explosive ordnance disposal. Support, Rick said. I wasn't the one disarming them. But you worked with them. Yeah. Silence settled again. Rick stepped closer to the grave. Most bombs don't get buried like this, he said. Lena's voice rose. You don't know that. I know they're usually wired differently. You can't even see the wiring. Rick crouched again. The buzzing grew louder as he leaned closer. Rick, I said. He didn't respond. Instead, he pointed. There. I followed his finger. A seam in the metal casing, and beneath it, a thin strip of melted plastic. That explained the smell. Overheating, Rick said. So, Lena said. So if that's a battery pack, it could explode, she said. Rick nodded once. Exactly. That shut everyone up. The blinking light continued. Blink, blink, blink. I checked my watch, 12:41 a.m. Bomb squad in roughly 30 minutes. Maybe. Rick leaned closer to the case. You hear that change? What? I said. The buzzing. I listened. At first it sounded the same. Then I noticed it. A faint wavering in the pitch, like a struggling motor. Rick straightened. Batteries failing. Stared at him. That's worse, right? Yes. How much worse? Rick looked at the blinking light again. Hard to say, I swallowed. What are you thinking? Rick hesitated. Then he said it. If that battery overheats and ruptures, he gestured toward the open grave. Anyone standing nearby could be hurt. Lena laughed nervously. We're not standing nearby. Rick shook his head. Bomb squad will. The idea hung there, ugly, heavy. Rick rubbed his face. Damn it. Then he looked at me. Danny. Yeah. You said it handles. Yeah. Rick stared at the case again. Then at the maintenance shed visible across the cemetery. About 60 yards away. I think we move it. Lena's voice jumped an octave. Absolutely not. Rick pointed toward the blinking light. If that battery pops before the bomb squad arrives, then we're definitely not touching it. We have gloves. We lift it, carry it to the open field. That's insane. Rick looked at me again. Danny, my stomach twisted. Because the truth was simple. Rick wasn't wrong. If the thing exploded while bomb technicians were examining it, they'd be standing right over the grave, and I'd be the guy who uncovered it. Lena shook her head violently. This is a terrible idea. Rick crouched again. The buzzing wavered louder now, more unstable. The smell of burning plastic thickened. Rick spoke quietly. We have maybe 20 minutes before something fails. Lena backed away. I'm not helping. Rick nodded. Fair. Then he looked at me. 2 people can lift it. The blinking light flashed again. Blink, 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 and somewhere in the distance, a siren wailed faintly, but it sounded far, too far. Rick climbed into the grave and grabbed one of the recessed handles. Danny, he said, either help me move this thing, he looked at the blinking light, or we wait here and hope we guessed wrong. I stood there staring at the metal case, and the buzzing sound suddenly rose in pitch. The buzzing climbed another notch. Not louder exactly, just sharper, the way a mosquito whine changes when it gets close to your ear. Rick stood in the grave, gripping the metal handle with one gloved hand. Danny, he said quietly, decision time. The red LED blinked again. Blink, blink. Lena stood a few yards away with her hands on her head. You're both insane, she said. You know that, right? Rick ignored her. His eyes stayed on me. 2 people lift, he said, straight up, no jerking, no dropping. And then what? I asked. We carry it to the open grass near the maintenance shed. That's 60 yards. Yeah, I looked toward the shed. From where we stood in Section C of Ridgewood, the shed sat across a narrow gravel road, and beyond a stretch of open lawn dotted with newer headstones. The ground there was flat, clear, If something went wrong, at least no one would be standing in a grave. The buzzing wavered again. Higher pitch now. Rick said, "That battery's cooking." Lena stepped closer to the grave, shaking her head. "You're assuming it's a battery." "What else smells like burnt plastic?" Rick asked. "Explosives," she said. Nobody laughed. Rick shifted his stance and lifted the handle experimentally. The case didn't move. "Damn," he muttered. "Heavy?" I asked. "Very." I climbed down into the grave. Up close, the box looked even bigger than before, nearly coffin-sized, just a little narrower. The metal casing had no markings, no labels, no serial numbers, just smooth industrial panels. And the blinking LED. Blink, blink, blink. I grabbed the second handle. The metal vibrated faintly under my glove, not violently, but enough to feel like something inside was working. "Ready?" Rick asked. "Ready." Lena backed away another 10 feet. "I'm serious," she said. "This is the worst idea I've ever seen." Rick said, "On 3. 1, the buzzing fluctuated again. 2, the burnt plastic smell surged. 3, we lifted. For half a second, nothing happened. The box shifted upward with a grinding sound as dirt loosened around it. It was heavier than I expected. Much heavier. "Jesus," I grunted. Rick's boots slid slightly on the damp soil. "Don't drop it." "I'm trying." The case rose about 6 inches. Then something underneath it snagged. Rick froze. "Stop." We lowered it slowly back into the dirt. "What?" I said. He pointed. A thick black cable ran from the bottom of the case deeper into the soil. Lena leaned closer from above. "What is that?" I brushed dirt away. The cable was about as thick as a garden hose, and it disappeared straight down through the grave floor. Rick's face tightened. "That wasn't in the plan." "No kidding," Lena said. The buzzing shifted again. Now it sounded almost strained. Rick wiped sweat from his forehead despite the cold air. "Okay," he said slowly. "That changes things." "How?" Lena asked. "Means the case is connected to something else." "Like what?" Rick didn't answer, because none of us had a good answer. Attempt 1 had failed, and it had made everything worse. Now we knew the device wasn't just buried. It was wired to something deeper underground, which meant moving it might yank whatever was attached. Rick climbed out of the grave again and paced across the gravel road. I stayed in the hole staring at the cable. It ran straight down into compact soil that hadn't been disturbed recently, which meant it had been buried a while. Not hours, not days, longer. Lena spoke quietly. "Danny." "Yeah." "Do you hear that?" I listened. The buzzing had changed again. Now there was a faint clicking mixed in. Tick, 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 like a relay switching on and off. Rick came back to the edge of the grave. "Okay," he said. "New plan." Lena threw up her hands. "You're still planning things?" "Yeah." "What if the cable just powers it?" he said. "From where?" she asked. Rick pointed toward the woods. "Generator, maybe." I shook my head. "That cable goes down, not sideways." Rick frowned. "Maybe it loops. Or maybe it's connected to something underground," Lena said. Rick stared at the grave floor again. Then he made a decision. "Danny." "Yeah, dig under it," I blinked. "What? If the cable runs underneath, we expose it." "So we know what we're dealing with," Lena groaned. "That's worse." "Maybe," Rick said, "but at least we'll understand it." The buzzing continued. Tick, tick, tick. The smell of burnt plastic thickened again. I grabbed the shovel. Fine. Digging beneath the case was slow work. Rick held it slightly tilted while I carved away the soil underneath. The ground here was clay-heavy, sticky, and stubborn. After 10 minutes, I uncovered more of the cable. It ran downward another foot, then split, two separate cables branching out in opposite directions. Rick stared at them. "Okay," he said quietly. "That's not good." "What?" Lena asked. He pointed. "These go two different ways." Meaning the box might not be the main device. The words settled into the cold air. Lena whispered, "You mean it's like a trigger?" Rick didn't answer, because that possibility had already crossed my mind. The buzzing fluctuated again. Higher now, more unstable. Rick checked his phone. Bomb squad still 15 minutes out. "That's a long 15 minutes, Lena said. I kept digging. Eventually, one of the cables curved toward the north side of the grave, the direction of the older cemetery plots. Rick said, "Follow it." "Seriously," Lena said. "If that cable leads to another device, we need to know." Lena muttered something in Spanish under her breath. Attempt 2 began with a trench. I climbed out of the grave and started digging along the cable's path across the grass. Rick helped. Lena held the flashlight. The cable ran straight for about 10 feet, then 20, then 30. It crossed under the gravel cemetery road. We uncovered it inch by inch. The buzzing grew louder the farther we followed it. That was when the misdirection happened. At the far end of the trench, the cable led directly to a freshly disturbed mound of dirt beside an old headstone. Lena's voice trembled. "That's a grave." Rick crouched. The dirt was loose, recently turned. He brushed it aside. Something white emerged from the soil. Lena gasped. "Oh my God." It looked like bone, a long curved shape sticking from the dirt. For a second, my brain tried to process what I was seeing. Human, arm bone maybe. The smell of soil and decay hit my nose. Lena stepped back. Someone dug up a body. Rick leaned closer, then he exhaled. "Relax." "What?" Lena said. He brushed away more dirt. The shape snapped free. Plastic. A curved section of PVC pipe. "Not a bone," he said. Lena stared at him. "That looked exactly like, I know." The pipe connected to the cable, which now ran straight down through the soil again. Rick frowned. "This is deliberate." "No kidding," I said. "This whole thing is deliberate." The buzzing from the original case grew louder again. Even from 30 yards away, we could hear it. Rick looked back toward the open grave, then at the pipe. "Cable conduit," he said. "Meaning?" Lena asked. "Someone ran electrical lines underground." "To what?" Rick stared at the dirt mound. "I'm about to find out." He grabbed the shovel and drove it into the loose soil. 3 quick scoops later, metal, another box, smaller this time, about the size of a toolbox. Rick froze. "Jesus." Lena whispered, "There's more than one." Rick brushed the dirt away. This second box had no blinking light, but it was wired directly to the cable, and attached to its side a digital timer. Black screen, red numbers. Lena's breath hitched. "Rick," the numbers ticked down. 001942 001941. Rick didn't move. "Okay," he said slowly. "That explains the overheating battery." My throat tightened. "What does the timer mean?" Rick swallowed. "It means," he didn't finish, because the answer was obvious. Buzzing from the original case rose sharply, and somewhere across the cemetery, sirens finally grew louder. But the timer kept counting down. Lena's voice shook. "Rick, what did someone bury in this cemetery?" Rick looked at the timer, then at the cable running back toward the grave. And for the first time since I'd known him, Rick Donnelly looked scared. "Something big," he said. Then he looked at me. "Danny," his voice had changed, low, urgent. "We can't leave now." I stared at the timer. 001902, and suddenly The entire cemetery felt smaller, trapped, because whatever this device was, it wasn't just buried in the grave anymore. It was buried across the entire section, and we were standing right in the middle of it. The timer kept dropping. 00:18:59. I heard the sirens again, louder now, but still not close enough to matter. Ridgewood sat outside the city line, tucked behind an industrial strip and a patch of woods, and everything took longer to reach than it should. You could hear help before help actually existed. Rick crouched over the second box, breathing through his nose. "Don't touch the screen," he said. "I wasn't going to," Lena snapped. Too fast, too loud. She was shivering now, though maybe not from the cold. Her flashlight beam jittered over the disturbed dirt, the exposed cable, the old headstone beside us. The stone belonged to someone named Evelyn Hart, dead since 1972. Her name kept flashing in and out of the light as Lena's hand shook. I said, "Can you tell what it is?" Rick didn't answer immediately. He leaned closer, squinting. Then he brushed dirt off the side panel with the back of his glove. "There's a battery here too," he said, "smaller than the one in the grave." "Is it a bomb?" Lena said. Rick swallowed. "It's part of one, or part of something built to act like one." "That doesn't help." "I know." The timer ticked down. The second box had been buried north of the open grave, beyond the gravel road, at the edge of the older section. From where we were kneeling, I could see the trench we'd dug, following the cable back across the road. It cut a crooked line through the grass toward Section C, where the first metal case still sat in the half-finished grave. The cemetery shed was south and west of us, maybe 60 yards from the grave. Beyond that lay the service gate, still closed. Trees bordered the east side. The highway noise drifted from farther west, faint and thin. I could map the whole place in my head because I'd worked it for years, and now all of it felt weaponized. Rick looked over his shoulder toward the original grave. "There's got to be a main charge." Lena stared at him. "Main charge," he nodded once. "This timer box is controlling something. That overheating case in the grave could be power, could be a decoy, could be both. But if somebody buried a timed device in a cemetery plot set for a police funeral, he didn't finish. He didn't have to. They weren't trying to blow up 3 graveyard workers at 1 in the morning. They were trying to hit the funeral, the officers, the family, everyone gathered around the casket. The thought landed hard enough that I actually felt sick. Lena said it first, voice gone thin. "Mourning burial." Rick looked at her. "Yeah." I turned and stared across the dark lawn toward the open grave. The dug earth was black under my headlamp, the pile beside it almost shiny with moisture. Tomorrow, if no one had found any of this, a casket would have gone right over that spot. Bagpipes maybe. Salute. A whole line of uniformed cops in dress blue. And under them, all this, I said, "Can we cut the cable?" Rick snapped his head toward me. "Maybe. That's not a yes. It's not a no either." Lena wiped at her face. "Then do it." Rick frowned. "If it's anti-tamper wired, cutting it could trigger the whole thing early." "So waiting is better," she said. "No." The timer kept moving. 00:17:42. Rick pulled a folding knife from his jacket and used the tip to scrape more dirt off the second box. A panel line appeared, then a latch. "Help me clear around this," he said. The 3 of us dug with gloved hands, careful and clumsy at the same time. Dirt packed under my nails through the gloves. My shoulders already burned from digging graves, and now I was crouched in wet grass over something that might tear us open from 10 feet away. Lena cleared the left side. I cleared the right. Rick found the latch and froze. You opened that? I asked. Maybe, he blew out a breath. Every choice is bad now, Danny. That was true. He popped the latch. Nothing happened. He lifted the panel slowly. Inside was a mess of wires, but not the Hollywood kind. No neat red and blue bundles. No glowing evil machine nonsense. It looked homemade and professional at the same time, which was somehow worse: dense wiring, sealed battery packs, relay blocks, a timer module, and 2 thick outgoing lines. One matched the cable running back toward the grave. The other went deeper east toward the tree line. There's another branch, I said. Rick nodded. Yeah, Lena stared at the open panel. Can you stop it? He didn't answer. Instead, he leaned so close I heard the fabric of his jacket creak. The flashlight beam caught a sheen of sweat on his cheek despite the cold. Then he said, almost to himself, "This isn't military." Good, Lena said. No, not good. He pointed with one dirty finger. Military devices are built to standards. This is custom. I don't know what this guy cared about. Reliability, redundancy, anti-handling, maybe all of it. The timer changed to 00:17:03. I looked east toward the dark line of oaks. Then we follow the other cable. Rick looked up sharply. Why? Because if there's another box, maybe that's the actual charge. Or another trigger, Lena said. I stood, my knees cracked. Either way, we can't guess blind. For a second, Rick looked like he might argue. Then he stood too. Lena, stay here. No, stay here with the open box. Watch the timer. If anything changes, screen flashes, numbers speed up, whatever you scream. I'm not staying here alone. Rick grabbed her shoulders, not hard, but enough to steady her. Listen to me. We need eyes on this. We lose sight of it, we're done. You want a job? That's your job. Lena's jaw tensed. She hated him right then. I could see it. But she nodded. Rick and I grabbed shovels and followed the second cable east. The ground got rougher toward the trees. Fewer maintained plots. Older stones. Roots near the surface. We didn't bother with a careful trench now. We stabbed, scraped, yanked. Followed the conduit where we could. The cable where it surfaced. The line of disturbed ground where it didn't. Behind us, Lena's flashlight stayed fixed over the timer box, a trembling white anchor in the dark. Ahead, the tree line looked wrong in my headlamp, all bark and shadow and low branches that snagged at my coat. The smell of burnt plastic was stronger here, not drifting now, concentrated. Rick muttered, I smell the source. We found it 20 yards into the trees. Not another box. A generator. Small, enclosed, maybe the size of a cooler, hidden under a camo tarp and half screened by brush. An external fuel can sat beside it, hose fed. The cable from the timer box ran into a power control unit bolted to the generator housing. The machine itself was running hot, vibrating hard. That was the electrical hum we'd heard at the start of the night. And next to it, partly covered in leaves, sat a black duffel bag. Rick stopped dead. That's probably it. The charge. I asked. Yeah. He crouched and pulled back the edge of the duffel with the shovel tip. Inside were vacuum-sealed blocks packed tight with wiring and blasting caps. Not enough to level the cemetery. Enough to shred a funeral crowd. My mouth went dry. Rick let the bag fall closed again. Back up. We both did. The sirens were louder now, close enough that I could separate one from another. Multiple vehicles. But still outside the gates, still somewhere down the access road. Not here, not yet. Rick looked from the generator to the cable, then back toward Lena's light in the cemetery. They built a command line, he said. Timer box root signal. Grave unit probably distributes power or acts as a secondary trigger. Main charge is here. Can we kill the generator? Maybe. That word again, I said. You cut fuel. If there's a dead man or capacitor bank, it could still fire after shutdown. Then what? Rick didn't answer. He was staring at the control unit mounted to the generator. Then he handed me his flashlight. Hold this steady. I did. He leaned in, using the folding knife to pry mud off a plastic cover. Underneath sat a manual breaker switch, industrial style, protected by a cheap metal guard. Rick said, "This is homemade, but the power control is store-bought. You can trip it, maybe." I almost laughed at that, but I was too scared. Then something cracked in the woods behind us. A sharp step on dead branches. We both spun. For one clean second, my body decided there was someone out there, the man who buried all this, standing just past the beam. I saw the idea before I saw anything real. A figure, shoulders, a face. Then the light landed fully and showed a deer bolting between the trees, white tail flashing once before it vanished deeper into the dark. Rick exhaled. I realized I'd stopped breathing. That was the terrifying thing about nights like this. Your mind ran ahead of the facts and made a monster out of wildlife and shadows. The real horror was already enough without help. Rick said, "You good?" "No." "Yeah." He reached for the breaker. At that exact moment, Lena screamed. Not a startled yelp. A full-throated scream from back in the cemetery. We ran. By the time we reached her, I was half blind with sweat and cold air. Lena was on the ground beside the timer box, one hand clamped over her forehead. Blood ran between her fingers. A rock the size of a softball lay nearby in the dirt. The timer box was open. The screen still counted down. Rick dropped beside her. "What happened?" she gasped. "Somebody threw it." "What?" From the road. I heard tires on gravel. I looked up, and she winced hard. Something hit me. I turned toward the cemetery road. Beyond the open grave, near the south entrance, headlights moved between the stones. Not emergency lights. No bar flash. Just a regular vehicle rolling dark and low. My stomach dropped. "They're still here," I said. The vehicle accelerated, not toward us. Toward the service gate on the west side. "Running." Rick said, "Can you stand?" Lena tried and nearly folded. Blood had soaked her eyebrow and the side of her cap. I grabbed her under one arm. "Easy," she hissed. "Don't let them leave." Rick looked torn for exactly 1 second, and in that second I saw the whole calculation on his face. Chase the driver, save the girl, stop the bomb. He chose the bomb. "Danny, get her to the shed. Use the first aid kit, then get clear." "What about you?" "I'm killing the power. By yourself. No time." He started running back toward the trees. I yelled after him, "Rick." He turned just enough to hear me. "The grave box still has power." He nodded once. "I know." Then he was gone. Getting Lena to the shed felt longer than any grave I'd ever dug. The maintenance shed sat southwest of the open grave, beyond the new section and a row of low hedges. Every step jarred her. Her boots kept slipping in the wet grass. She was crying without seeming to know it. "I'm okay," she kept saying. She was. At the shed, I sat her on an overturned fertilizer bucket and found the first aid kit on the wall. The cut on her forehead was ugly, but not deep. Scalp wounds bleed like crazy. I pressed gauze to it, wrapped what I could, my hands clumsy with adrenaline. The sirens were at the front gate now, doors slamming, men shouting. Relief hit me so fast it almost made my knees buckle. Then the cemetery lights died. Every pole light along the road, every flood at the shed, everything. Darkness swallowed the place, except for my headlamp and the distant stab of flashlight beams near the gate. Lena whispered, "Danny." And from out by Section C, from the direction of the open grave, the buzzing surged into a high electrical whine. Power reroute, backup, or something worse. I looked toward the cemetery. Rick's flashlight was a jerking star at the tree line, then it vanished. I should have stayed with Lena. That would have been the sane thing, the human thing. But Rick was out there alone with a live device, and if he failed, there wouldn't be much left of any of us to explain later. I shoved the rest of the gauze into Lena's hands. "Hold pressure. Where are you going? Back." "No, I have to." She grabbed my sleeve. Her grip was weaker than usual, but desperate. "Don't leave me alone." I knelt just long enough to put my face level with hers. "The deputies are at the gate. Yell if you see them. Yell until somebody comes." She let go. I ran. By the time I reached the tree line, the electrical whine had turned into a pulsing squeal that rose and fell every few seconds. Not from the woods, from the grave. I cut across the trench, nearly twisted my ankle in the loose dirt, caught myself on a headstone, and saw the problem at once. The original metal case in the grave had a second light active now, red and green alternating under the dirt-caked panel. The overheating battery pack must have switched to an internal reserve when the generator power cut. Rick had managed something in the woods. Part of the system was dead, but not all of it. Then I saw him. Rick was 10 feet from the grave, on one knee, clutching his left forearm. Blood darkened his sleeve. His folding knife lay in the grass beside him. "What happened?" He looked up, breathing hard. "Generators off, bags disconnected." He swallowed. "Timer system failed over. This box is armed local now." I stared at the grave. "How much time?" He laughed once, bitter and exhausted. "No idea. Timer box went blank when I pulled the breaker. Could be seconds, could be minutes. Your arm punctured it on rebar by the generator. Not deep. It looked deep enough." His face had gone gray around the mouth. The alternating lights in the grave box flashed faster. Red, green, red, green. "What do we do?" I asked. Rick looked at the shovel leaning by the dirt pile, then at the grave, then at me. "Those handles," he said. I understood. "No. If the charge is disconnected, this may just be the trigger and battery. But if it cooks off in the grave, it could still take half the section with it. So we move it, Rick, to the open cut by the service road. No headstones, no people. That's farther than the shed. Doesn't matter, it's downhill." The service road trench for drainage ran along the west edge of the cemetery, beyond the gate. 50 yards maybe, if we cut right. The lights flashed faster. I said, "You can barely use your arm. Then you do most of the lifting." I looked toward the gate. Flashlights were bouncing between the rows, but none were close enough yet. They didn't understand the layout. They didn't know where to come. No sudden saviors, just distance and dark. Rick got to his feet with a sound like a cough swallowed into a groan. We climbed into the grave together. The case felt hotter now, not untouchable, bad. I grabbed one handle. Rick grabbed the other with his good arm and braced the injured one underneath. "On 3, he said through his teeth. 1, the lights flickered. 2, the buzzing inside the box kicked hard against the casing. 3, we lifted. This time the box came free, because whatever Rick had done had severed the deep cable or burned out the lock. Dirt rained off the bottom as we hauled it up and over the lip of the grave and nearly dropped it right there. My lower back lit up. Rick made a strangled sound I will probably hear in my sleep for years. We staggered west. 10 feet. 15. The metal handles bit through the gloves into my palms. Ox swung once and almost pulled us both down. Higher, Rick gasped. I can't. You have to. We crossed the gravel road. I heard shouting from the gate now. Someone yelling Sheriff's Department, like that solved geography or time. 25 feet. 30. Rick stumbled to one knee, and the box hit the grass so hard the lights inside flared solid red. We both froze. Nothing. Still alive. Again, Rick said. His injured arm was soaked now. Blood dripped off his fingers. I said, You're done. He looked at me, and there was something close to apology in his face. No, so we lifted again. The drainage cut by the service road was only a shallow ditch, maybe 4 feet deep, with concrete culvert sections at one end. It wasn't much, but it was lower ground and away from the graves, away from the funeral plot, away from the officers gathering at the gate. We reached the lip. Throw it, Rick said. I almost laughed because it was impossible. Then we did it anyway. We swung once, twice, and let go. The case tumbled into the ditch, hit concrete, and split open with a metallic crack. A white flash punched out of it. Not a fireball, not the end of the world. A violent electrical burst and a concussive pop that knocked us backward into the mud. Then another smaller bang inside the ditch as battery cells ruptured in sequence, sharp and ugly. Sparks sprayed up. Dirt and bits of casing peppered my face. Something struck my shoulder hard enough to spin me onto my side. I heard Rick cry out. Then there was no big detonation after that, just sizzling. A little fire licking at scorched weeds in the ditch. The main charge never went. The cemetery stayed standing. The open grave stayed open. And for a few seconds, neither of us moved because our bodies hadn't yet got the message that we were still here. When I finally rolled over, my ears rang so hard the world sounded underwater. Deputies were running toward us now, flashlights cutting wild arcs. Someone shouted to get back. Someone else shouted for EMS. Rick was on his back, staring at the sky. His forearm was torn open worse than before, either from the lift or the shrapnel, and there was a black burn across the side of his neck where a spark or fragment had kissed him. He turned his head toward me. We got lucky, he said. I looked toward the ditch, where the opened case still hissed and smoked. No, I said. Lucky would have been never finding it. Lucky would have been a normal night, dirt and quiet and nothing else. What we got was survival, and survival has a price tag attached. The deputies finally reached us. One dragged me back by the jacket. Another went to Rick. More lights flooded the ditch. More shouting. Someone found Lena at the shed. Someone found the timer box. Someone would find the generator and the duffel bag in the woods soon enough. That part would belong to reports and evidence photos and men in hard helmets. But the worst of it had already happened in the gap before they arrived. Later, much later, while a paramedic taped a dressing over the slice on my shoulder and asked me the same questions twice because I couldn't hear well out of my left ear, I looked across Ridgewood Memorial and saw the half-finished grave sitting under floodlights. Still there, still waiting for the officer who almost went into the ground over a machine someone had planted for the living, not the dead. The smell of burnt plastic still hung in the air, and even with the danger over, Every little electrical sound around me, a radio crackle, an ambulance inverter, the buzz of a portable light tower, made my body tense before my mind could catch up. That's the part nobody tells you. Not that fear stays. It changes shape. It becomes practical, embarrassing, mean. It turns ordinary sounds into warnings. And for a long time after, it made the dark feel crowded. The first thing I noticed after the explosion wasn't the pain. It was the quiet. Not real quiet. There were still deputies shouting, radios cracking, ambulance doors slamming. But the electrical whine that had been sitting in the back of my skull for the last hour was gone. When it disappeared, the world suddenly felt bigger again, like a pressure valve had opened. I sat on the wet grass beside the service road ditch, hands hanging useless between my knees, and watched smoke curl up from the broken metal casing below. The ditch smelled like burnt plastic and scorched weeds. A deputy knelt in front of me. "You with me, sir?" His lips moved a little slower than they should have. My ears were still ringing, especially the left one. "Yeah," I said. "What's your name?" "Daniel Mercer." "All right, Daniel. Stay still for a second." He pressed a flashlight into my eyes. I blinked. "Good," he said. "You got hit anywhere besides the shoulder?" I looked down. My jacket sleeve was torn where the shrapnel had clipped me earlier. Blood had soaked through the fabric, but the paramedic who arrived right after had already taped a thick dressing over it. "Just that," I said. "Okay." He nodded to someone behind me. Another deputy helped me to my feet. Across the cemetery lawn, emergency lights flickered blue and red against the headstones. Place looked like a construction site now, floodlights on portable towers, yellow tape strung between trees, uniformed officers walking carefully through the rows. Where the open grave sat, the dirt pile glowed under a work lamp. I saw Lena there, sitting on the tailgate of a sheriff's SUV with a white bandage wrapped around her forehead. A paramedic was talking to her while she stared down at her boots like she was trying to remember how they got there. Rick was lying on a stretcher. They'd cut his sleeve open. His forearm was wrapped thick with gauze and pressure bandages, already darkening at the edges. An oxygen mask rested loosely over his mouth. He looked older, or maybe that was just the lights. I walked toward him. A paramedic stepped in front of me. "Sir, you should sit down." "I'm fine." "You're not fine." "Rick is." The paramedic hesitated, then stepped aside. Rick turned his head when he saw me. His voice sounded dull through the mask. "Danny, hey, you still got both arms?" "Yeah." He nodded slowly. "Good." The ambulance doors behind him stood open, bright inside. One of the medics climbed in and began arranging equipment. Rick looked past me toward the graveyard. "They find the generator." "Yeah." "And the bag." "Yeah." He closed his eyes briefly. "That's something." A sheriff's lieutenant approached, notepad in hand. Mid-50s maybe, gray hair cut short enough to show scalp. "You Mercer?" he asked. "Yeah." "I'm Lieutenant Graham." He glanced at Rick, then back at me. "To the ones who moved the device?" "Yeah." "Why?" The question hung there longer than it needed to. I pointed toward the open grave. "Funeral in the morning." The lieutenant followed my finger, the dirt pile, the hole waiting under floodlights. He looked back at me. "Officer Daniel Koenig," he said. "That's the one. 32 years old, traffic unit." I nodded. The lieutenant tucked the notepad under his arm. "Bomb squad says if the main charge had gone with a full crowd present," he stopped himself. "Probably saved a lot of people. Probably." I didn't say anything, because that sentence had an ugly other half to it. Probably meant we also almost didn't. They took Rick away first. The ambulance rolled out slowly past the gate, siren off, just flashing lights reflecting off the cemetery sign. Lena watched it go. I sat beside her on the SUV tailgate. "You all right?" I asked. She shrugged. "I think so." Her voice sounded thin. "Head hurts. That's normal. That's not comforting." I almost smiled. The paramedic finished taping the bandage and stepped away. "Concussion watch," he said. "If you start vomiting, dizzy, any of that, we take you in." "Got it." He left. For a few minutes, neither of us spoke. The cemetery looked strange under emergency lighting. Familiar paths felt different when deputies stood along them, holding flashlights like border guards. I watched a bomb technician kneel beside the timer box we'd uncovered earlier. He moved slowly, carefully, documenting everything with a small camera. Lena said quietly, "I thought that bone was real." "What?" "Back there, in the dirt, the pipe." "Oh," she rubbed her hands together. For a second, I thought someone had dug up a body. Yeah, I hadn't told her that I'd thought the same thing. Or that for a moment in the woods, I'd been certain someone was standing just outside the flashlight beam watching us. Some things sound stupid once the sun comes up. Sun did come up eventually, just after 6. By then, the bomb squad had finished disarming what remained of the main charge in the woods. The generator was hauled away. Evidence markers dotted the grass along our trench. The cemetery office had opened early. A few staff members arrived in quiet shock, walking past deputies who now guarded the perimeter like museum attendants. At 7, a small convoy of Columbus police cruisers rolled up outside the gate. They didn't know the whole story yet, but they knew enough. The burial still happened, just an hour later than planned. By the time the hearse arrived, the bomb squad had filled in the trench we dug, removed the broken casing from the ditch, and cleared the grave site. Rick's crew, meaning me and Lena, finished the last 4 inches of dirt ourselves under supervision. When the casket was lowered, the morning air smelled like fresh soil and diesel generators instead of burnt plastic. Bagpipes played. Rows of officers stood stiff and quiet. No one there knew how close the ceremony had come to being something else entirely. Lena stood beside me during the service. She kept touching the edge of her bandage, like she didn't trust it to stay in place. Afterward, when the last cruiser pulled away and the cemetery slowly returned to something resembling normal, we sat again on the shed steps. The place looked smaller in daylight, less dramatic, just grass and stones and gravel roads. Rick called from the hospital around noon. They'd stitched his arm and were keeping him overnight for observation. "You two still alive?" he asked. "Barely." "Good. You're welcome, by the way," he laughed weakly. "Yeah." Then his voice went quiet. "They catch the driver?" "Not yet." "Figures." He paused. "Danny?" "Yeah, you did good." I didn't answer right away, because doing good and surviving something ugly weren't the same thing. But I said thanks anyway. 2 weeks later, the cemetery reopened fully. Most people never noticed anything had happened. The trench lines had been reseeded. The drainage ditch looked the same as before. Deputies came and went for a few days collecting statements, but eventually the patrol cars stopped appearing. Rick came back with a long scar running from his wrist to halfway up his forearm. Lena wore a thin white line above her eyebrow that she joked made her look tougher. And me, my left ear still rang sometimes, especially when things got quiet. One night near the end of my shift, I walked out to Section C again. The grave we'd been digging that night was covered now, grass beginning to grow over the mound. I stood there for a while. The wind moved softly through the trees. Somewhere beyond the fence, traffic hummed along the highway. Normal sounds, safe sounds. Then I caught it, just for a second. A faint electrical buzz. I turned. Nothing there. Probably the transformer near the maintenance shed kicking on, or a loose wire on the new light tower they'd installed after the incident. Perfectly explainable. Still, I found myself standing there longer than I meant to, listening. That's tonight's story. If it gives you chills, make sure to subscribe to Mia Horror Stories, and tap the bell so you never miss what's coming next. And if you're still brave enough, there are more dark tales waiting for you right here on the channel. Go watch another, if you dare.